Hi there, Nui. How are you doing? Welcome to stream 220. So I'm going to continue the work from yesterday, which was the basic combat system of the game. So moving away from some of the prototype work I did to something a little bit more long-term. So I had been building up the attributes for NPCs and items, and then working on establishing a Lua-based game system for combat. So I haven't gotten all the way through that, but let's see what I have. I need to do an incognito window because the main window is for the GM. All right, so I have this attack button now, and the shortcut is Q, and the system recognizes that I have a weapon in a slot, so if I move that over there and then attack again, it'll say, okay, I have one, it's going from left to right, so I have one in slot 2. Drop that sword and attack, and I have one in slot 4. Drop that one too, and it says you have no weapon. So that part's working pretty well. And this is all in Lua, so I'm going to continue working on that today. So the here's the combat system. It hasn't been cleaned up yet. There are a few things about this that I don't like, and part of the cleanup will be to improve on that. But essentially, it is a search first to see if you have a weapon, and then if you have one, it is going to be taking the player in their position, looking at all entities in the game that are the square that you're targeting, and if one of the entities there is an NPC, attack them. Actually, I just realized something. I only want to attack NPCs if they're attackable. So like these guys should be attackable. Okay, not this guy because he's old. Let's get rid of him. Bye-bye. One of these newer NPCs though, yeah, we'll have this attackable flag. Because I don't want our special NPC Bob here to be attackable. I had this older flag called invulnerable, and I decided, well, it's probably better to say attackable to be more tied to the attack action. In fact, let me change that. Well, I'm using invulnerable in a couple other places, so let me just add the attackable flag to him. Attackable false. I should probably remove spell check and on autocorrect and stuff like that from these input boxes too. Anyway, yeah, we don't want to be able to attack Bob because he's a special NPC that has a dialogue where yesterday I worked on this too, where you can ask him for a sword and it will check to see if you have room in your inventory, and if you do, it will invoke another script to give you a sword. And that was a little bit more complicated. Do I still have that open? Ah, I just resized the wrong window. Arg. Grabbing the wrong window border. There we go. So, giving a player an item is actually a little bit complicated because first we have to create the item. Only when the game actually finishes creating the item do we have the entity or the ID of the created item. So I didn't have a mechanism of like waiting until the crate finishes and then doing something with the created entity. So I added that as a callback script function. So if you have attached a callback to this create entity action, it will call this once it gets an entity. So it takes the entity number, packages it into an arguments object. So it's args.entity, and we have the script set up to call the give function to give the player entity the sword, the newly created sword. So that's the second part of the script here. So we're at this point we're being called back after the sword's being created, and we have to see, well, at this point, since some time has passed, it's possible we might no longer have room, so we have to do the room check again, and only if we have room for the sword do we modify the player's inventory to store the sword in the free slot. And I haven't yet covered this case, but corner case is that you may pick up another item that beats the sword, so to speak, in the race condition. And so we might have to say take the sword and either drop it on the ground or destroy it. So that's mostly what I did yesterday. And today I'm going to continue on this combat system. So I'd gotten this first part where you attack and it figures out if you have a weapon. And if you do, right now it just says you swing and miss. So I'm going to be changing this so that we have to implement this with entities at position. This doesn't exist yet. This is telling the game to call this function for all entities at a given position in the world. So I have that in C++, but I don't have that in Lua yet. So I'm going to be adding that. And yeah, might as well add the thing I just noticed I'm missing here. We should say if npc.attackable, then attack. So the way I've been working on this is I've been editing this in VS Code and then copying it into the game. So the game has a storage of all the scripts as entities in the component system, and we just need to take this and go into combat and paste it there, submit. And I think eventually I want to have this editor be the same as this, so a smaller, more compact version of VS Code or something similar to put it here so that I can edit it directly. Okay. So I think the first thing I'll do today is add this, this one, with entities at position. So I suppose I should do it the right way, right? Doing it with test-driven development. So I'll find a test fixture that is most appropriate to that, and that I think would be what? ECS components? Sure. Yeah, so let's make a test. ECS tests components. We'll call it, just named it after the function, right? So I need to arrange the story or the use case. So we'll have to create some entities in the world at a given position. So let me see if I can find some code I can copy from that does this. Okay, here's one. I like this. So create 3 or 4 entities that are in the world in some given positions. So we'll use 3, 2, 42. And we'll put a dummy entity 2 that we don't want returned, right? And then we have to set up a script. Because with entities at position is going to call a Lua function. Basically, I need to invoke a script that does something like this. Yeah, something like, our assert will be something like this. What we'll do is I'll collect together a list of entities and we'll just return the list. And that we'll expect that to be an array. How did I do this where does it come back as a JSON array? I forget how I did this in evaluate script. Let's see. Yes. Sorry, you get a JSON array back with the values in it. Okay. So we should expect back for the results a JSON array with entity 1 and entity 3. And no error when we evaluate this. So I'll need to set up for the actual call. I suppose we'll just use the same thing. Evaluate script. Yeah. So let me remove the auto, the const, and then we'll just reuse that. Or should I just have a different name here? Yeah, let's use different names. Okay, and so this script is going to be more elaborate. Something like that. Let's turn these into single quotes. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? Missing closing quote, but that is the closing quote. Is it? Is it IntelliSense that's screwing up here? I think it is. What if I just build? Nope. Oh, is it just... okay, I forget. I guess C and C++ don't like having new lines in string constants. So I have to do something like that. Yes. Okay. I should probably add some space. Actually, I can just add a new line for all these, right? And then like that. Okay. So the position will be 3 to 42. And what we're going to do, we need to first say entities is an empty table. And then game with entities at position, that position. Do this function, and we'll just keep it simple. So we'll say entities entities +1. This is how you add to the end of an array in Lua, equals entity. I think I can just do that, right? I think that will work. Okay, let's run that. Need to open the Test Explorer to get the little quick launch buttons there. Run that, it's going to fail. Cannot construct JSON value from a table. Oh, do I need to do something like JSON.array entities? Might have to do that. Yeah, okay, so it didn't crash. I actually sort of expected this to fail because this doesn't exist. Huh. Strange that it didn't crash. What if I make it crash by removing that? It should say end of file. It should say something about this line failing because of end of file. Yeah. Attempt to get length. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, expected false, actual true. Okay, so put that back. Or maybe it was there before and I just didn't see it. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it is there. Okay. Just curious if the error should be that that is calling a nil value. Let's see if I'm right. Expression to attempt to call a nil value method with entities at position. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Okay, so let's define this with entities at position to try to make the test pass. So this is a Lua function. I'll be adding it in this way. So we're adding a meta table entry for the game user. What do you call it? UData, user data object with entities at position. Let's try to keep it alphabetically sorted. Right. Oh, I didn't document these. Huh. I've been lazy. With entities at position. All C functions called from Lua have the same signature. They're given the Lua interpreter, and all arguments are on the Lua stack. So you use the Lua interpreter to get to that, and they return however many things you left on the Lua stack for return values. All right. So these being sort of like methods of a class, so to speak, the convention is the first argument will be the game object. And that's how we get our context out of. And why is this not? Why is IntelliSense giving me a problem with that? It shouldn't. Compiling and linking just fine. There we go. No, now it's back. IntelliSense is confused. Let me close it and start it again. I've noticed that when I'm including Lua in programs, that IntelliSense gets really weirded out. I'm not exactly sure why. Seems okay now. All right, so we're expecting kind of the same things as with entity component of type, right? It's going to be a function followed by something else. Only there's where it differs, right? It's going to be a function followed by two integers required, and this one is optional. If that one's nil, that's the default zone. So yeah, we'll do 2 of these, x and y. So 3 and 4, and then I should check to see if there is another one. So is that Lua check any? I think that's how you do it. Oh no, check. I don't always remember. Some of these throw Lua exceptions and others don't. Let me see. So dev docs will ask Lua check any. I believe that does throw because it doesn't return anything. I think the way I did this was I looked at the top to find out how many arguments there are. And I did this, I think I did this in JSON wrapper. Right, number of arguments you do get top. So I can do that up here. Right, and I'd say if number of arguments, whoops, if number of args is greater than or equal to 5, is that right? Yeah. Then the Z or Z coordinate, the zone number, is going to be the 5th one. So hold on, I need to keep in mind the function I'm going to end up calling. What this maps to in C. So let me find that. ECS components. Get entities at position. Okay, so there's a flag if it's the default zone or not. All right, so we'll do the same thing. So we'll have int z and then bool default zone false, and we'll say let's say that's true. And if there's an extra argument, then it becomes false. And then we're just going to end up calling this, but the internal version of that, because I don't want to return a copy. Is that what I did for this one? Yeah, I kind of did an internal version of the same. So yeah, let's just take this code and bring it back here. And remove the impulse. And why didn't it find that? Oh, because I need to put self in front. Okay, so if it's a default zone, yeah, we're looking at these position indices. So we're setting up iterators for the beginning and end, depending on if it's a default zone or not. And if we can't find the zone, we're just returning and not doing anything. And if there is something to do, yeah, here I want to do an iteration, right? So for, or while, in fact, I can just replace this whole thing. I can say, instead of an if, I can say while position entry is not equal to end. We're going to do something and then advance this entry. So the something is calling the Lua function. So yeah, it's like this stuff. So first we have to push the function, which is on the stack at location 2. Then we got to push the component, which would be this. Second dot. Okay, it's not letting me do a dot. Is it first? No, that's the position. I need second. Entity with depth list. Oh, there could be more than one thing? Is that what this is saying? Yeah. I forget why I did that. Hold on. Oh, of the zones. Okay, so this is one per zone, and this is for each position. Okay, there's only going to be one position. So why do I have an end? Oh, because it either... Okay, so there's no loop here. I got this wrong. It'll either be the end or it won't if it's found or not. So yeah, if... Yeah, so it's back to this again. If, then return 0. And then we're going to loop within this one. So for const auto... what is the name of this thing? Entity with depth list. No, it's not that. It is entity with depth in this. It's going to be this dot entity. And then call the function with one argument and expect no return value, and then I don't need to do that. Okay, so I think that's it. Build it and test it. Run the test. How come I'm not getting a test? Oh, because I reloaded VS Code since I last ran it. Gotta load it and show test explorer to get that to pop up. Yay! First try. Okay, cool. So ready to try attacking then. What did the rest of my attack script do if we actually attack? It calls it calls attack, which we don't have. I suppose we should define that and get rid of this. So yeah, I don't have a function attack. Let's add that. Or should I have that separate? Let's make this combat. Oops, wrong window. Up to date, and then let's add an attack. And make a new file here. Function, so km is set language attack, a player entity, NPC entity. All right. How should we attack? Let's start off with just knowing that we would have attacked them. So game, chat, game, player, entity. You attacked entity number, NPC entity. So we'll just go with that at the beginning here. Okay, so I need to stop this and restart it with the new code. Oh, by the way, I worked a bit yesterday on improving the Raft algorithm, the snapshot install stuff. And so this should be performing a lot better. As long as I pulled the code. I think I did, yes. So I don't have to wait 20 seconds anymore when it boots up. This I haven't fixed. There's some kind of bug in the tile set loading when it reconnects to the game. So to fix that, you have to like reload the whole app. Probably work on that later. Okay, let's attack Q. It just says I have a sword there. We should probably have it say something if there's nothing there, right? Yes, so let's put up a flag, shall we? We'll always get into here, right? So let's put up attacked. And then this will be attacked is true. And then down here we'll say if not attacked, then let's have it do a game chat, game player, and entity. I'm not being very consistent about single or double quotes, am I? Okay, I don't need this anymore. Let's have it say nothing there to attack. All right, and put that back into the game for combat. And then try attacking again. And it didn't say anything. Huh. Did it think something was there? Or it could be running into a script error. No, I would have seen it there, wouldn't I? Yes. Actually, let's verify that. Hello? Actually, Hello? So now when I attack, it... Oh, it didn't do it. I wonder if it's even getting that far. Yeah, let's move that to here. I know it should get that far. I just want to verify that errors are displayed under script errors correctly. Nope. Why not? Oh, I think I know why. This is a new mechanism of calling scripts. I should connect the error stuff. Without the error stuff connected, it's going to be real pain. So let's do that. Okay. It's in the invoke systems, right? Right, this thing. Yeah, we get the, if there's an error, we get it here. We won't do anything with it. I guess I could keep it simple and have it return a string, and if there's an error, the string is not empty, and then we could report it here. I have to remember how the script stuff is reported. Let's go to where I know it does get reported. That's in the executor, right? On ECS modify component. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's in the coordinator. On in the ECS subsystem of the coordinator. Where is that? Coordinator. ECS. On ECS executed. Oh, maybe it's not here. This is just, it's reported if it's... Okay. Let me try to guess the message. I think it's script error. Yes. Announce script error. That's what it is. And that's if we get a script error for what? ECS feedback? Huh. Or there's an on script error. I think that's if it's forwarded from another server. Yes. I just wrote this last week and I'm already forgetting about it. So script error feedback. Aha, here it is. So the ECS itself issues a feedback delegate call. So yeah. There were the 3 places there. And there were more in dialogue, right? So it could track like what dialogue event caused it. So I basically want that in invoke systems. Yeah, so let's assume that we get an error of some kind. And then we'll say if not error message empty, then we'll do this feedback thing. And the error will be the error message. Context will be systems. Okay, so I just need to make invoke systems. So thanks for the follow. Invoke systems needs to return a string. And we need to say if an error occurs executing the Lua scripts, a non-empty string is returned which describes the error. Okay, we'll just leave it at that and go to the CPP side. Why did I do that? Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong one. Am I in the correct one? Yeah, script host. So script host CPP. Here it is. So yeah, so I can just return. I don't actually need this, do I? No, string error message. And then we'll make this error message here and return error message. Good, good. Should I have a unit test for that? Probably. That would make sense, right? Unit test for components. So I know I had a similar like error. Oops. Was it here? I can't remember. Maybe it was dialogue. Ha. Yeah, this kind of thing. Okay, so let's how do I want to do this? Does this get feedback at all? I don't remember. I think it does, but I need a new test. So is there an okay, I have invoke systems call Lua. Let's just take that and modify it. And we'll make the systems have a bug in it. So function systems event, we'll just say error, excuse me, error, hello, end. And then this doesn't matter. Invoke the systems, and this will return nothing. But this one return, wait a minute. Oh, right, it returns something, but the side effect is we should get feedback, like we did here for an error happening in a dialogue. So we should expect, let me make this match that. The context should be systems with no other keys, and that's the only thing, right? So there's the test. Oh, I need to give it a unique name. Error. We'll call this no error. So there are two variants of invoke system calls in Lua. And run that. And I got something wrong. Probably, yeah, there's a difference here. Attempt to call a nil value. Okay, so the format of the message is just slightly different. Wait a minute, call a nil value, that's different. What's the nil value? What's the nil value here? Here's the one we expected, but there was an extra error. Attempt to call a nil value. Where did I call a nil value? I'm wondering if this is resulting in an error. Let's see what happens when I debug that. At this point, look at feedbacks. Oh yeah, it already is there. Object, right? Hey, what's the context? String. Can I look at the string value? Systems. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Oh, I think I know why. It during the setup of the components is probably calling invoke systems, and there are no systems yet, right? So if we really care about just this error and not the one we expect to happen first, actually that's what's happening is I think the components in the setup of this test, it's telling them to invoke. Actually, I can verify that in common the setup. Yeah, invoke start event. So it does invoke systems, and then we haven't defined the Lua systems yet, so it will say, oh, there's nothing called systems, it's nil. So how would I prevent that from happening? I guess what I can do is in this invoke systems, we can check if it's nil. That's probably best, right? So I would say if Lua is nil, impl Lua -1, then we're going to return early, right? We'll just don't call anything. So set the top back to 0 and return empty string. There we go. And I'm thinking, I wonder if I should have a special test for that, or not bother, because this we could just say that this test tests both of those things. Really, still broken? Oh, it's just there's a slight format difference. Okay, instead of in main chunk, it's in function systems, which makes sense. Cool. I'm just going to leave it the way it is. I was thinking, should I have a test just to make sure that this code is there? But this, we're sort of testing that as a side effect of testing that the feedback only contains this error and not any error that might result in this call here if it's nil. So I'm just going to leave it the way it is. Okay, so this will make sure that we see the errors, which is what I wanted. So let's restart the servers and see what I did wrong in the combat. Wow, chat is very silent. I've gone 43 minutes without a single chat message. Oh, hey there. There's Mr. Love Pickle. Breaking the silence. How are you doing, Mr. Love Pickle? Okay, let's see what's wrong with the combat system. Ooh. What did I get wrong here? Oh, I don't have a context formatter for system script errors. I need to fix that. I just invented that and I don't have a handler for it. So that is in the front end. Taking your afternoon from work off, enjoying yourself? Nice. Hope you have fun with whatever you decide to do. Let's see, activities, panels. This is the scripts panel. And somewhere out here I have a table to help format things. Where is it? I don't see it. It's here somewhere. Actually, this error will tell me. Oh, it's in the reducer. Okay. Why did I put it there? Admin reducer, line 627. Oh, yeah, there it is. So it's systems, right? I think we're just going to keep it simple. We'll say game systems. Yep. All right. So let's try again. It's a really slow reload there. Weird. Okay. Attack. What's the error? Oh, okay. It's triggering the hello that I put in there on purpose. So that's good. So it's seeing that now. What if the next step was to just move it here and see if it ever gets there. So update the combat system. Try let's clear this error and then try attacking again. Okay, it got there to the hello. That's good. And what did it do? Let's see if it does anything. It actually does anything else. Combat paste. Okay, bad argument 4 for with entity set position. Number expected got nil. Argument number 4. Okay, what was that? That's argument 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, so it is there, but it's nil. So we should treat nil as if it wasn't there. Okay, I know what to do, I think. Let's have a test for that. So this will be with entities at position non-nil zone, and we'll have a variant called nil zone, where we will pass nil, and that should map to if the z is missing. So we'll just remove the zone completely, and we'll expect the same results, 1 and 3. Actually, I can make it a little bit more aggressive by making that in the same coordinates, but in a different zone. So here I'll expect an error now. Which is, yeah, there's the error. That there was an error. We're not printing out the error message. I don't think I need to. So let's fix it. That's in with entities at position. Right. So if there is an argument, it might still be right. So we need to check if it's nil. If Lua, actually the other way around would be we have to have 5 arguments, and Lua, it's not nil, right? So don't need these parentheses. That to be at least 5 arguments, and that 5th argument can't be nil. Let's do that. And run the test again. Pass, yay. Cool. And while I'm at it, let me add one where there's no, this should already pass, but there's no zone at all. Default zone, right? So there, it's the same thing, only we don't pass any argument at all. Make sure that passes. Yes. Okay, cool. So restart. Take a snapshot, take the game offline, start it up again. I bet I could reduce that initial startup delay thing too. All right. Graphics glitch. Get to that someday. It's only for the admin camera. The normal player camera is fine. Okay, what is the error, if any? Okay, number expected got JSON for the 3rd argument. Really? Oh, that's with entity component of type on line 43. 1, 2. So this one, it came up with a JSON and not a number. Why is it a JSON? Oh, because it is a JSON. It's getting an array. Oh, I don't want to do an array. I actually want to call the function repeatedly. So what happened there? So with entities at position is returning a JSON instead of an integer. Oh, wait. Oh, it's because of that. I'm just being dumb. It shouldn't be pushing it as JSON, should it? So how come that didn't fail my test here? Probably because these are considered equivalent. So I should change one of these tests to check that. So we can say expect equal a JSON value type integer for, and let's just change this to an assert so to make sure that this passes in order to get to here. Just to make sure we don't go out of range. So when I do this, actually it doesn't matter. My JSON class is okay with out of range. So it's results 0 dot get type. I bet you that's gonna fail. It's gonna say it's not an integer. No? Okay, so if the bug right now is that entity is a JSON wrapper for an integer and not just an integer, then what does that do when we store it in a table? It's going to be a JSON wrapper. And then when I give it to array, what does that do? It depends on what this function does, so let me look at that. Array. In JSON wrapper. This one. Oh, it does. It converts it to a JSON value. So if it's itself a JSON value, it just stores it. Otherwise, it will make a new JSON value from it. Okay, so it's going to treat them both as equivalent. That's why I'm not seeing it. Okay, how do I fix that? Or how do I detect that? I guess I could do evaluate. Well, hold on. Yeah, it'll be in the table as a JSON value, a wrapper, and not an integer. So I can return two things. I can return JSON array entities, and I can return entities 1. And then it's only one value. Oh, so it'll be an array with an array in it. Yes. Okay, so that's what I'll do. Oh, but that gets again packaged up as a. Okay, what if I do type? Is there like a type of? I forget how to do this in Lua. I guess I can just try this. What's Lua type of 42? I have to actually return it. Anyway, it's not type of. Is it type? Return type 42? It's type. Okay, so if I do like Lua return type of JSON of 42, it'll say user data. Okay, cool. So I can say type of entities 1 and then expect another level of array where that's 1 and then this is going to be, what is that, number? It's got to be a number. And it's probably not what I'm going to see right now. It'll be user data, not number. Yep, user data. Okay, so let's fix it. To fix it, I have to not push Lua. I need to do a Lua push integer of that. There. We don't need to wrap it in a JSON wrapper because it's always an integer. And then that will pass this. Cool. And then try again. It's iterative development. We find bugs, and then we reproduce the bugs in the test framework, fix the bugs, and then try again. Until there are no more bugs. Cool. Oh, it actually that was a stale error, I think, and I think it actually worked. Nothing there to attack. Okay, cool. So what if there is something there to attack? Then we got an error. Attempt to concatenate a JSON value, local NPC entity. So it's in attack. Oh, that's right. Oh, wait a minute. Is it a JSON value? This will be attack. Oh, it's NPC, not NPC entity. Yeah, I meant to do player entity and NPC. This would be not NPC, but what? Entity. Okay, so that's combat, right? Combat. Submit and then clear and try again. Don't go anywhere, ogre. Attack. You attacked entity 6389. I did. Cool. And if I try to attack Bob, what does it say? Nothing there to attack. Actually, we should probably say, like, can't attack that target or something, right? Or we would feel bad attacking Bob. Something like that. Yeah, something here, right? Like, else. Let's have a, Let's actually make it attack, but we will, well, not that flag. Let's have another flag. Local, bound target, I guess. And maybe another, no, we can print it directly. In fact, I don't even need that, right? I can say here, I can just chat it directly. Player entity, you can't, just say you can't attack that target. Something like, yeah, I don't know what else to put here, so I'll just put you can't attack entity. And then put that into combat system and try attacking Bob again. You can't attack entity 3330. You attacked entity 6389, and if you attack empty space, there's nothing there to attack. Let's make that an error. There's nothing there to attack. It's all in red. Oop, I stepped through the portal. You attack that entity, okay. Can't attack that entity. Nice. Okay, cool. It's working. I need to take a break, though, to use the restroom, so let me get back to you guys in like a minute or two. Aim back. All right. I think instead of printing out the entity number there, actually, did it print both? Hold on. Okay, yeah, let me fix that. Let's change attacked to target found. And we'll always have a target found if there's an NPC. Now I'm kind of being nitpicky, but that's okay. This shouldn't take too long. So if there really is no target there, it says nothing to attack. If it's Bob, it just says you can't attack that entity, and if it's something we could attack, it just says the entity we would have attacked. Okay. So I don't really care about the entity number here. You can't attack that target. That's what we'll say. I like how I can change the game systems now without rebuilding stuff. Hey there, Batcraft. How are you doing? I'm making progress on the combat system. So now you can attack, and if it's a special target that's not attackable, it'll say you can't attack that target. If there's nothing there, it'll say there's nothing there to attack. And if there is something there, come on, don't move. It'll actually say you attack that entity. So I haven't filled in the actual attack rolls yet, but I'm ready to. Now that we know if we're going to be attacking something or not, I can work on that part next. I'm okay, thanks for asking. So this is all in Lua, and we got to this point where if it's attackable, we're going to call attack. And right now attack is empty. It just says you attacked that entity. So here's where we're going to do all the fun stuff. So we're going to do an attack roll, right? And I'm going to need to default stuff, right? In fact, this not only needs to know the player entity, it needs to know what the weapon we're attacking with. So I need to know the weapon. Right. So a weapon would be entity. Actually, do I even need to know the entity? I just need to know the weapon, right? And I get that up here. So actually, I don't really care about the slot number, do I? I can just say weapon. And then we just copy it like that. So then I can pass in the weapon right here, I guess. And so let me take that and put it into the game. And then for attack, let's just print out, like, you attacked entity, whatever, with your weapon.n, I think is the name, right? So attack update, and then we'll, I need to get one of these NPCs to stand still. Oops, I stepped on him. The old system of killing them when you step on them is still in place. There we go. You attacked entity 6389 with your iron sword. I forgot, did I give these NPCs names at all? No. So they have hit points, max hit points, dexterity. So those are the things I wanted to use. There's no name though, so we can just say you attacked the monster or something, right? Actually, I'm just going to replace it anyway with, like, you either hit or you miss. Okay, well, let's work on this. I'll leave that chat in there for now. Let me at least clean it up a little bit. Okay. So after we print that, I need to do the attack roll, right? So the weapon might be missing some information. We should just extract out what we need from the weapon. So I'm not going to worry about cooldown yet. I'll do that later. Cooldown should affect like how often you're able to even invoke the attack event in the first place, right? So we'll probably put the cooldown here and either say something like you can't swing yet, or it'll have to be visually feedback to the front end through some kind of indicator, like maybe there's an icon for where, like this icon for the sword. Eventually it's going to be shown in a ragdoll kind of system where it'll be like your what you have equipped in your hand, and probably have some kind of visual indicator like other games do that it's not yet cooled down. And we wouldn't even let you attack with the weapon if it's still being cooled, not yet cooled down. For now, though, I don't have any of that, so we'll just ignore the cooldown. And this was durability, and I'm deprecating that. We're going to be using these. This was a damage bonus, damage number of rolls, and damage die, or like number, like how like Dungeons and Dragons, 8-sided die. So one roll of an 8-sided die, add 1. That's for the damage. I was thinking of for a roll to see if you hit or not, it's going to be, we'll just do the Dungeons and Dragons model where you roll a 20-sided die and you add your hit bonus. Right here for the sword is subtract 2, and I don't know, what do we compare it to? Maybe the NPC's dexterity? So that means that the NPC has, so okay, what do we need to pull out here? The target's dexterity, so that's it's either yeah, so I really want the NPC in addition to the NPC entity. Or if they don't have a dexterity, we'll just default it to 15. I think that's how you do it. And then the stuff we need from the item. DB is item, weapon DB, or we'll just pull the defaults from the iron sword, so it's 1. DN is weapon DN or 1. DD is weapon DD or 8. Hey there, multiple pixels. I'm actually programming the attack and damage rolls right now in the weapons in the combat system. Okay, so I need the NPC though. I need to modify the combat system to get me that. The NPC is here, so it would go here. So that, before I forget, let me put that back into the game for combat. Update, okay. So back here, let's just do this progressively, so I'll just move this around. You attacked entity whatever with your whatever. Let's do this to make it easier for me to read. Which has a damage, what do we call this? Damage roll? I'm not sure if that's the term. Of DN D DD plus DB. Let's see what I get for this. All right, and then attack. Not Bob, we'll attack this ogre here. There we go. With your iron sword, which has a damage roll of 1d8 plus 1. Perfect. Hey there, the Nick program. How are you doing? Okay, and let's also print out the NPC's dexterity. So you attacked entity which has dexterity dex. Let's put this on different lines. So let's try that. Dexterity 15. Okay, good. I do remember you. You were here yesterday. Let me do a check to make sure this works with those legacy NPCs that don't have that dexterity component. This one does. I need to find one that... Also, there's armor. I need to know that too. Yeah, all these are not legacy NPCs. I guess I can make a legacy NPC by just taking, like, this guy. Stop moving. I can take away this guy's dexterity. Like that. And just see if it defaults. Update. Alright, and then go attack him. Stop moving. Okay, yeah, so it defaulted to 15. Good. Yeah, you were on the last stream. How are you today, Nick Program? I hope you're doing well. Okay. Yeah, I need the armor too. NPC armor, or what's the default? What default should I pick? What armor? I guess I could just pick 0, but... What armor did he have? 2. Let's pick 0. Okay. So what I'm thinking is we'll do the attack roll. I need to do a roll here. And that means I need to remember how to do random numbers in Lua without looking it up. I can look at what I did before with random numbers. I did that in my prototype game. Let's look at that. That is Iron Glove Backend Systems. Math.random. I think it is a floating point, so we would want to do a floor, right? Random. Pseudo-random float with a uniform distribution in the range of 0 to 1, and that little bracket means 0 is included, and this parentheses means 1 is not included. Oh, with 2 integers returns a random pseudo-random integer, so that's actually what I want. That's inclusive. Cool. So we just do random n, it's from 1 to n. Nice. See, the problem I have is I can't read Cyrillic letters. Oh, but you gave me the Latin equivalent. I don't... I'll probably say this very poorly. Praverka? Praverka? Checking. So, what looks to me like a P is really an R, and the, what would you call that? The almost rectangle is a P? Capital P? Yeah, see, that's weird to me. Cyrillic is strange to me. Alright, I want... Yeah. Okay, so... Here we'll do the roll to hit. Is math.random 1 to 20, right? That's a 1d20. And we'll say we hit if roll to hit is greater than or equal to... Should we just do purely the dexterity of the enemy? We're not going to hit very often, but maybe that's okay. We'll hit like 1 out of 4 times. We should probably always hit on a 20, right? So if roll to hit is 20, or that, then else. So this should just say like you swing and you miss. And these single quotes, I keep forgetting. I want to do double quotes. There we go. You swing, You swing and miss. Praverka? Praverka? I know I'm saying it with a horrible American accent. It's in Russian checking. Why would I say Praverka or checking? Like as in, I'm checking to see if something works? That kind of checking? Alright, roll to hit. So here we hit. So we'll want to calculate damage. So local damage roll. Well, damage. It's math.random. And here it's going to be, we need to loop, right? Because there might be a number of dice. So local damage is 0. 4 roll equals 1 to dn. Do. Damage equals damage plus math random 1 to dd. And actually we can initialize this to db, right? Damage bonus. End. Okay, that's the total damage. And we'll say if the damage... Oh, it also... The NPC has hit points, don't they? So local HP is NPC HP. Or what will the default hit points be if it's a legacy NPC? Maybe, I don't know, 8? If damage is greater than hit points, or greater than or equal to hit points, right? Then they die. Else, they just take damage. So either way, we'll say here, chat, game, player, entity. You swing and hit for something. Damage. And here we'll say player entity. A horrible monster is dead. And we need to then do the equivalent of destroying the entity, right? Actually, that's not too hard. I did this somewhere else. I could actually just look at the existing despawning system. You win a game, you can say key for a Steam game. Cool, I guess. I'm not sure what you mean, but that's... Are you saying you won something? You won a key for a Steam game? Let's see. NPC destruction, right? There was like a make, destroy... Where is it? Make, destroy entity action. Okay, so it's feedback ECS type destroy entity. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Thanks for the follow. It's going to be... Why is this so hard for me? I don't know why this is... Okay, it's like this. Game... Here's the game feedback mechanism. Feedback ECS, it's destroy entity. And I just need to get the keys right, so... T is this key, right? Yes. Okay, and so what's entity? E. Okay. So it's just E equals NPC entity. That's it. And if they don't die, we need to subtract from their hit points, right? So let's take this NPC and store their new hit points. And then here it's a, I think it's a modify component. Hey there, Toulouse. This game is not supported on your computer. You can give you the key. Oh, that's okay. Which game was it, by the way? Maybe someone in chat would like to have it. I don't usually have that much time for games these days because I'm making this. What turns out is when you're making a game, you don't have time to play very many other games because all time goes into making your own game. But yeah, I appreciate that, but I don't think I'm gonna have time to play it. So it probably would be better to give it to someone else. Unless it's a game I'm really looking forward to. Which game is it? Just out of curiosity. Didn't I have a modify component? I did, look at that. That's exactly what I need. Wahaha. Yes. Only this isn't indented, this consistency. Okay. The type is NPC. The entity is NPC entity. The delta is the hit points, right? Hit points is NPC hit points. Actually, I don't even need to store it back there, do I? We're just storing a change in the object, one key. All right. Well, there's the attack system. Let's see if it works. Well, don't just say the key. I'm curious which game it is. Could you say the name of the game? And I would suggest don't just say the key. We'll find who you want to give it to and you just whisper to them. It's very gracious of you, and I appreciate it. Let's try to find someone who could really have fun playing it. Depends on which game it is, right? Attack. The new attack system. Okay, it didn't give me an error. That's good. It's a good sign. Okay, this is the unlucky guy who we're going to attack. Swing and miss. And he moved. Swing and miss. Swing and miss. Oh! I'm missing over and over again. I hit for 6 damage. Die. The scroll thing is a problem for me. It's not scrolling to the bottom all the time. 6 more damage. Wow, this guy's resilient. 8 more damage. Is he gonna die? 3 more. 3 more. Nothing there to attack. He keeps moving. 7 more. I have a feeling that he's not actually getting hurt. I should look at that entity and see what's going on. Yeah, his hit points aren't dropping, so yeah. This delta is not working. Oh, wait a minute. I never subtracted the... this is the problem. I never subtracted the damage. Should make that more readable. Okay, it would be maybe more logical to say hit points equals hit points minus damage. And then say if hit points is less than or equal to 0. Otherwise, hit points is hit points down here, right? And then attack. Submit. All right. You're going down, ninja guy. He moved. Yeah, I missed. I missed. I missed. He moved. Oh, I stepped on him and he's dead. Oops. Not my fault. The old system is still in place, so if you step on them, they die instantly. Okay, carefully not step on them, just attack them with my sword. Miss, miss. And I stepped on him. Damn it. It's not my fault to keep running under me. The scroll thing is really annoying. I need maybe I'll work on that and fix it, because I can't see if I'm hitting or missing. And he keeps moving. Okay, I hit him. Let me look at his hit points now. His hit points should have dropped. Yep, he's down to 10 hit points. All right, we're making progress. He will die to my sword eventually. I missed. And I missed. Oh! Damn it! We moved on top of each other and I squished him. Okay, maybe I should remove the NPC despawning system. And yeah, my sword broke. Where's Bob? I need a new sword. There's Bob. It's so hard to test this stuff. Stop moving, Bob. Sword, please. Yes. Thank you. Why did it go into slot? Oh, I remember. That's another bug I haven't fixed yet. When the swords break, they're being set to entity 0, not nil. Okay, talk. No, not talk. It's not time for talking. It's time for attacking. Oops, I killed it. It's stuck in the dialogue tab. Whoa, that bug again. I thought I fixed that. Miss. Miss. They keep moving. And I keep accidentally stepping on them. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna turn off the NPC despawning system. So snapshot, stop the game, and I'll remove the system. So that is NPC destruction. Where do I define that? There we go. So no more NPC destruction system. How to turn on some music? Well, I don't put music in my stream because I figure if you want to listen to music, you probably have your own favorite music, so you might as well just play your own music for yourself. It's a bit different for like a game stream, I think. A game stream, gamers usually pick music that kind of fits with the game, but I can't think of any music that really fits with programming, so I just don't play any. Attack is not from dialogue, yeah. So there's some bugs in the flipping of tabs. It was flipping between the all tab and the dialogue tab. Need to iron out those bugs. Constant BRB music, or this music. The Monty Python intermission music. Okay, so now I shouldn't be able... What happened to my sword? Did it break? It broke. We need a new one. Hello, Bob. Sword, please. Yes. Bye. Yeah, see, it's not flipping back to the all tab when it's done. I thought I fixed that, but I guess I didn't. I shouldn't be able to kill these guys by stepping on them anymore. Okay. But if I attack them, they should be killable if I can hit. Nothing there to attack because he moved. 6 damage. All right. Miss. I'll just keep doing this and not looking at the chat. Oh, I killed him. The horrible monster is dead. So yeah, obviously I need to add a bunch of stuff. I need to fix all the bugs. I need to add like sound effects and particle effects. Like if you hit them, it should show some kind of effect, right? And if it was a melee, if it's a ranged weapon, there should be some kind of particle that flies from you to the enemy. And what else? I mentioned sound effects, right? I need to fix. I want to fix the bug with the scroll. Sometimes it loses the scroll lock. If I just keep attacking this guy, for example, it'll eventually see now. I can't see what's going on in the chat. But it's a furious battle between me and this guy, and there can be only one. Oh, and I win. He can't fight back yet, so it's kind of sad. Yeah, let me see what I can do about the scroll bug. But first, since I feel like I reached a milestone there, let me check in the code. Hey there, Orange Riven. How are you doing? Okay. This was a specific returning an error thing, right? So let's check that in by itself. That's those lines and these lines, right? This was what? Oh, that's a different fix. That's a different bug fix. Okay, so this by itself is script host return error messages from invoke systems. Okay, and this bug fix was do not invoke Lua game systems if they don't exist. All right. And this is implementing with entities at position, right? I should do this one first, though. That hunk, by itself, I think, right, is report errors from Lua game system calls. Actually, these are the tests that go with some of those things, so... I can actually amend the last commit since it's still the last one, because that's what goes with this, right? Well, this much of it. This is, I haven't checked in yet. Cool. So amend. So that line goes with this and its unit test, right? This one. So this one is add with entities at position to Lua integration layer. And this, should I check that in? The check-in would be just to remove the system completely. I think I can, right? I don't need it anymore. Now that I can attack with my sword. Your caps was on? I didn't see that your caps was on. It's a streamer, yes. Thank you, the Nick program. Yeah, that should have gone with another check-in, so... This is really, interpret Lua game system execution errors. Okay, and I'm not going to check that in. I'm just going to remove the whole system. So this NPC destruction is going to be destroyed. How ironic. So we're removing the file completely. We're not declaring it anymore. It's no longer in the table of systems. And the file itself is gone, like it never existed. Okay, see you, Backcraft. I didn't see you say that in all caps. Did the message not go through? I wonder if we're having trouble with Twitch chat again. Oh, and I forgot to say hi to Resubaka. Hey there. That was 23 minutes ago. I apologize for that. You was once also banned because of incorrect translation from the translator? Yeah, I can see that. That's why, since I know that you're not native English speaker, I'm trying not to focus on the exact syntax and spelling of the words you're using, but I'm trying to get to the gist of it. And if I don't know, I give you benefit of the doubt. I think all streamers should do that. And at least ask, like, did you mean that? Or was that a lost in translation, right? All right. So this is removal of the NPC destruction system. Remove NPC destruction system. If I deploy this, though, there'll be no way to kill NPCs unless I also deploy all these scripts. The combat system scripts. I need to fix that, but I'm more concerned about fixing the scroll bug right now. Alright. With my faithful sword, which won't break anymore, I can go slay some other NPC and replicate this problem. Okay, that time it switched back to the all after it was done with the dialogue. I wonder why it didn't with Bob. Attack, you will die. I will kill you. Don't try to escape. Wow, this guy is like very resilient. Aaron finally is dead. Okay, maybe the monster dexterity is too high. Anyway, this scroll bug. I need to look at the front end to see how I did that scroll stuff. You almost got banned from my stream once? Oh, from not my stream. Okay, got it. You almost got banned from another stream, basically, right? All streams are different. Some streams you can get banned for saying Fortnite. Believe it or not. There's a streamer I watch who bans the word Fortnite. And if you say it in chat, you get timed out. I don't know. I don't think you get banned. You just get timed out just for saying the word. Let's see. Yes, the front end. Front end of the game is all in JavaScript, and this specific one was the chat system, right? So there's this scroll to bottom of chat history. It's like the scroll lock. Scroll lock. There it is. So it defaults to true. Somehow it's getting turned off. I think it's this is chat history scrolled to bottom that's going on. So I think it's because it depends on this ref. And there's this slop here that's in there. I wonder if that's the problem. Or not the problem, but the fact that I had to put slop in there at all maybe is pointing to an issue. Oh, it's a rabbit. And it's just a random avatar. When I finally have more game content, probably I'll change my avatar to be something iconic with my game. I mean, I could make it... I do have one icon that's sort of... I was hoping to make iconic, which is this this little avatar of a golem. But instead of representing me, he sort of represents chat right now. That's this guy. Golem. If I were to change my mascot to anything, it'd probably be something like that. But I wanted to pick something more cool to represent me. And yeah, so right now rabbit is just a placeholder. It's something I've had for years since my kids were young. Yeah, I just picked it. At the time, it was like, I don't want to put my picture up there for an avatar. So I'll pick a random image, right? And it was the rabbit. These days, I might, I could put my real picture in there since I have you can see my face, so you know what I look like. So don't need my face to be anonymized anymore. I think I just need to redesign how the scroll lock works. What if instead of it being a ref, it was actually in Redux, and the only way to turn off the scroll lock would be to actually remove the scroll bar manually. If there was an event when the scroll bar is moved, that would be perfect. I just don't know if there is one. So well, what would we look up? HTML scroll bar event? I don't know if such a thing exists. There's on scroll, but that might be called like even when you don't manually scroll it yourself. Is this what I want? Is there a JS listener for when a user scrolls a certain text box that can be used kind of like on click except for scrolling? Scroll event. Well, I can play with that and see if that's what I want. You're a master of JavaScript? Can you tell me if the scroll event is what I need to hook? The scroll would be on the thing that overflows, which would be what? This inside this format chat? No. It's the outer thing. Where's the outer thing? Chat history DOM? Is that it? Or is it chat history? Let me look at the inspector and see. It's this thing. What is that? Wow. It's a huge list. I think it's this one that has the overflow, right? Maybe not. It's this one. Overflow Y scroll. So it's chat history. Chat is this one. Okay, so I already have a scroll thing. Okay, maybe what I will do is see where is this. There's more than one place that's assigned, right? No, it's only here. So if it gets turned off, we'll know. If I let's just do a console log. Scroll lock is scroll lock current. Let me just watch that while I'm playing here. Let's go find an enemy to battle. Die. Scroll lock is still true, and now it turned to false. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I didn't touch the scroll bar, and still on scroll is being called because the I believe it's because the amount that overflows is changing, and so the scroll bar position is changing even though I didn't touch it. So yeah, what I'm looking for is there something that's called when I actually click and drag this? Because here you can see the number going up whenever I move the scroll bar. Now it's true. Now it's false again. Now it's true again. I'm gonna guess there's not, which is sort of a bummer. Yeah, see here they have a slot, but it's in terms of a timeout, which it doesn't feel right to do this. You do this because you want to handle the last scroll event, even if it occurred while another event was being processed. So I don't understand why that would be the reason. Okay, here we go. Doesn't a listener? I'm looking for like someone to criticize the set timeout. Hmm. Eh. I mean, I guess I could try it this way. Let's run on scroll. That's if the scroll event happens. So it calls itself? Oh, it's if there are numerous ones, so you just ignore all but the last one. I don't think that trick is going to work. And if this doesn't make sense to me. If it's locked, don't do anything. Wouldn't you want to do it? Oh, this is a different kind of lock mechanism, I think. Where is it set to true, though? I don't understand this. It, he never sets lock to true, so that doesn't make sense. He sets it to false here and here, but where is it set to true? Am I just blind? He never sets it to true, so what kind of example is this? Hmm. Let me think about this. I suppose what I can do is I can say if it was locked previously and the number of chat lines has changed, then don't even do this. Assume that it needs to be scrolled. Only do this check if the number of chat lines didn't change, right? Because then the only reason we would have called here is if someone scrolled the scroll bar. So yeah, how do I know the number of chat lines? This length, I guess? That is what? There is a filter. Hold on a second. My son's phone is ringing and I don't know why. Be right back. Sorry about that. Okay, yes. So, yeah, there's a filter applied. I guess I can use the unfiltered length, though. Let's do that. So, do I need a ref for this? Either a ref or redux state, right? I will just use a ref. Similar to this, right? So a const last chat, what are we calling it? History lines is use a ref. And can we just initialize it here? Or can I just use effect? I think I'll just use an effect. Now, let's see if I always forget this. When you have an empty dependency, that means it's run every render. If you don't have a list at all, it's only run once, right? Or do I have that backwards? Maybe I just look it up. Since I always forget, the penalty will be I need to look it up. React hooks. Effect. If you want to run the effect and clean it up only once, you pass an empty array. So I had it backwards. Yeah, so empty arrays like did mount will unmount. Okay. So that means this is only once, and this is every time. So I need this to be done, don't I? Oh, wait a minute, hold on. No, I want it to be set every time the scroll bar changes. So I want it done here. Yep, just like I'm setting that. Okay, so I'm going to set this current equals a chat, not chat history lines dot length. Let's rename this actually. It should be lines length. Okay, and then we'll say if these are not equal to each other. No, if these are equal to each other, then we set the lock depending on if it's scrolled to the bottom or not. I guess otherwise we're not touching it, right? That should be triple equal. Okay, let's see if that... Okay, there's some error here because it's red. What did I do? Uh-oh. Am I missing some? Oh, I'm missing a syntax there. Okay. Try it out. Twitch is having problems again. You wrote this. Is it just me or has Twitch problems again? The left bar where following channels and related channels are listed is now empty. Oh, is that why it's been so quiet in chat? Okay, so if you've been typing in chat and I haven't responded, it might be that it is, I'm not getting it. Actually, I can compare my own Twitch client, which looks like this, to what I see in the overlay right there, and see if there's messages in one and not the other. Seems that from other channels that chat is back now, so it was gone for a while. Well, it's good that I have this overlay, so like you'll know if I didn't see it and it doesn't show up here either, then it's probably I didn't get through. But if you see it here and I didn't respond to it, it's probably that I just didn't see it. Yeah, okay. That's a good thing I have that overlay then. So you'll know it's not that I didn't see it, it's that it didn't get through. Okay, we're gonna attack and hopefully it stays scroll locked. It would be nice if I fixed that scroll lock. I mean, it looks better now. I'm able to hit this, and then if I unlock it manually, and then relock it, does it stay unlocked? I need another enemy to fight here. I think so. And then relock it, and then it should stay locked, because I'm not touching the scroll bar. Nice, I fixed it. Red slime, you must die. I keep missing. I should reduce the chat from the attack system, shouldn't I? He's dead! Messages didn't go through. Yeah, feels bad, man. I hate it when the Twitch chat has problems. Okay, that's cool. I'm glad it was not that hard to fix the scroll lock problem. All right, so just an additional ref that we update every time the scroll changes. I guess I don't need that anymore. So we update it every time scroll changes, and we use it to say if the number of chat, if the amount of chat didn't change, then don't touch the scroll lock. So fix chat scroll lock. If the number of chat lines hasn't changed when the chat window is scrolled, don't touch the scroll lock setting. No, it's the opposite. When the number of scroll lines has changed, when the chat window is scrolled, don't touch the scroll lock setting, because that you might want it to stay locked. And generally, the only time you would unlock is if you manually scrolled, and when you do that, you'll be scrolling while the number of chat lines isn't changing. So it could err on the side of if you scroll and at the same simultaneously. Where's my window? Simultaneously, why did the chat get cleared? Oh, because I reloaded. Let's put some chat. I want an example while I'm explaining things. So you're gonna have to die, Mr. Goblin. So number of chat, if somehow a chat message comes in while you're scrolling, it might be a little sticky. But I think that happens very infrequently, and I hit the wrong key there. Oops. Good thing I was looking at my OBS at the time. One time I wasn't looking at my OBS and I accidentally hit that hotkey, and I stayed muted for like a 5 minutes or something. It was embarrassing. Okay, cool. Checking that in. garbage collect so get GUI doesn't complain, and then push that, and then let me clean up the chat for the combat system. All right, so what do I not care about? I guess this message I really don't care about, right? So this whole thing. Oh, and I hit save. I actually need to copy and paste into the game. Now we'll attack again. Swing and miss, swing and miss, swing and miss. Hit for 6 damage. The horrible monster is dead. I think I need to lower the dexterity or give the player a bonus to hit. Because, yeah, it's hard to hit these guys. Although, you know, there will be other players playing. This is the thing I'm kind of... It's a good and a bad problem. Oh, how'd that guy escape? Oh, he's from before. Okay, I should pull him back in. He's probably a legacy monster, right? There was a time where I had a bug where the mountains were passable and all the monsters escaped. Yeah, so he's a legacy NPC. Actually, I want him for testing, so pull him into the world there. I should be able to attack him. He should have a default number of hit points. Oh, it says I can't attack that target. Because he's not attackable. So let me temporarily make him attackable. Yeah. Attackable. True. There we go. Swing and miss. Yeah, and they have a default of 8 hit points, right? So he died. Yep. All right. So yeah, I already want to have the feedback along with the health bar because I find myself having to look up here in case the monster moves, but then looking down here to see if I'm hitting. Oh, he's worming away. Up. And he's dead. So I guess that's what I'm working on now. What first? Health bar first, and then after the health bar, some kind of like primitive particle system. For particle system, I'm thinking that they are like temporary sprites that have a max age, that the client automatically removes them when they run out of age, and then they could have other properties, like they could be in motion. So we could use that for missiles and other things too, right? Would that be easier to do than the health bar? I guess a health bar wouldn't be too hard. It's just an extra thing we add onto a sprite, right? We would have to know if it changes. I have something to detect it already, right? There is this change flag. Maybe I'd use that. I use that for assigning nameplates. So like, if I wanted to give this guy a nameplate, I have to say it changed, and then the name is Slimy, Slimy's cousin. And see how it popped into existence? Let's kill Slimy's cousin. Rip Slimy. Rip Slimy. Can't talk to them. Oh, you know what? When I talk and no one's there, it's not printing anything. I forgot to handle that properly. Let me add that to my little notes here for today. Talking when no target is found should Should give the player some feedback. So no target is found or target has no dialogue. Should give the player some feedback. Okay. Health bars. So that monster is damaged now. Verify. He is damaged. So what I'm going to do is make health bars based off of the hit points and maximum hit points. Ooh, he's almost dead. He's hanging on by the skin of his bones. I guess. Oh, and did I take armor into account? I don't think I did. I think I forgot about armor. I have armor, but armor was intended to be a damage reduction. So we would like subtract armor here. Let's do that, and let's while I'm here tweaking it, let's make them slightly easier to hit. So let's add to the a natural 20 always hits, right? But let's say we'll give a bonus to hit if it's not a natural 20, or I reduce maybe an offset here on the left, on the right hand side. So like subtract 5 from the dexterity, just to tilt the to nerf the monsters a little bit. This is attack. Update. This works, right? Yeah. I could have just used that. Okay, let's see if I made them too weak. Yep. Oh, it did. This could go negative though, right? So I should be at least 1 point of damage, right? If damage is less than 1, then damage equals 1 end. There we go. I don't think it actually happened, but it would have said like 0 or even -1 damage, which would be kind of funny. That you hit them and he heals. Okay, he sort of fell over quickly. That guy, oh, he was already damaged. I need to leave one of these guys with some, there we go. So we'll leave, are they too difficult to kill now? I mean, too easy to kill? I am hitting a lot. But I am missing some of the time. In fact, I missed twice there. Okay, we'll leave it like that. So that tiger has 6 hit points out of 10. Okay, so we'll do the health bars now. So I need to modify the rendering system then for this. And it will attach it to the tile. No, wait a minute. We don't need to attach it to the tile. Do I? I could, whenever the hit points changes here, I can modify the tile component of the entity, right? What happens if the NPC doesn't have a tile? That's a good question. So let me see what happens. What happens in modify component if the component isn't found? I forget. Hold on. Why is this here? Why does it say player? Oh, this is in the coordinator aspect. I need the executor. Where are you? Here it is. Yeah, what does get return if it can't find it? It's going to return an invalid JSON. It's going to end up calling set with an invalid JSON. What does that do? Oh, it won't find it and it'll return early anyway. Okay. So it'll be a no-op. A slightly expensive no-op. All right. Yeah, so we can, so that's what we can do. Another feedback to update their health bar. So it would be a modify component tile for the NPC entity, and it would be changed is true. Not save. It's changed, right? It's C for changed. Okay, that's what I thought. So this is the attack system. So we marked our tile as changed. Actually, I can put a sort of health bar in here right now, just to test. I can say, in addition to the change, we can actually assign them a nameplate, right? Name equals, and then we can put in here HP. Do I have to say toString? Can I just say HP dot dot? I think I can just do that. Out of NPC max HP. Well, which might not be assigned. Well, let's do max HP and figure it out up here. Max HP is max HP or 8. Okay, so it should show up sort of as a nameplate now. Attack. Update. All right. Now when I attack him, I can hit him. There we go. It says 7 out of 8. 6 out of 8. 1 out of 8. And dead. Okay. So there's our poor man's health bar. 6 out of 8. 16 out of 8. Wait a minute. Is it not max HP? What did I use for this? Click. Okay. HP max. HP max, not max HP. HP max. All right. 15 out of 17. 13. Okay, so there he's damaged slightly. All right. So instead of using text nameplates, I wanted to use like health bars, and I guess we might have some NPCs with nameplates and health bars. How would we handle that? And maybe we would elevate the nameplate up a little bit. I'll figure that out in a bit. First, I want to put that mechanically into the rendering system. So let's go to, do I have tests for the rendering system? That's a good question. I do. What are these tests? What's this add sprite from tileset do? Okay, foobar is what? It's just some tile in the game. Okay, so we can maybe take this and make a copy of it and slightly different. Hey there, Clayman. How are you doing? I'm adding enemy health bars. I have a combat system now. I can the poor man's health bar is just a I'm hijacking the nameplate, so it says hit points out of maximum. So when I attack them and hit, the hit points goes down until it goes to 0 and they die. Die, skeleton. Oops. He's hiding underneath me. Now he's dead. So that slime guy is at half health. So I'm working now to put in a real health bar instead. You survived the S hitting the fan with one of your systems? Oh, what happened? I'm sorry that you had something bad happen. I haven't been watching this either. There's some kind of problem with the keys in the character panel. I wonder if it's this thing. Yeah, it's the draggable item. I'll look at that later. Hey there, Endorn, who no longer has zeros in your name. Endorn, formerly known as Endorn, with zeros. Did you know? I didn't know that you changed your name to remove the zeros. Been going for months now, not knowing that the zeros were gone. Your old style is Vohayo. One of your prod systems had a very critical bug, and someone was abusing it for weeks. Oh no, that sucks. You didn't know that I didn't know. Did I say? I didn't say. I did say hi. I did say hi. Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry to hear that, Clayman. That sucks. All right, so this test is going to be show NPC health. Well, show health bar. So, what are we looking for specifically? It's that it has. Maybe I should make it a different component. Because we might want players to have health bars too. So maybe I should just make it part of the tile. Yes, so we'll just make it part of the tile. So we have a camera, a position of the camera, and then we're adding foobar, which has a position in a tile, and we're going to add the new things I want to add to it. Tile HB. Let's just say health bar. Level and max, I guess. And so these will be integers, so we'll say like 7 out of 10 or something. One of the devs is up for 20 plus hours to fix the bug. Yeah. Like red alert mode, right? Can you give a summary of the bug and how they've used it? Well, I guess, yeah, I'd be curious to know too. Health bar level. Let's do HB. L. Just trying to keep it short because there are potentially a lot of these. HBM. And then I want to see it as part of the sprite here. Yeah. Key sprite. Really, I want this, but with sprite instead of tile. So I'm going to actually copy, whoops. I'm going to copy these 2 strings and paste them here. And put sprite instead of tile for those 2. And then let me sort these better. Oh, and I noticed after the end of my stream yesterday, Toulouse had noticed something was not in alphabetical order, and I didn't see it in time, and now I don't know what it was. So now it's going to haunt me for the rest of the week. What do I have that's not in alphabetical order that I missed? I assume you use key names to reduce information required to send back and forth. Yes, it's exactly. It's a step towards making it pure binary. In the end, it's going to be all binary, and then these will just be 1 byte. And then these will remain in the code. And yeah, and these will just become 1 byte. But yeah, it's a step in that direction. I mean, it makes sense to give them nice long descriptive names in the code anyway, and you don't need to have that in the data. All right, that's the test. You don't recall where it was? It was something in an if clause, yeah. So I have something ordered wrong. It's going to haunt me for the rest of the day. Can't, oh yeah. That happens sometimes. I think it has to do with Test Explorer. Just build again and it's fine. All right, so run this test. It's going to fail because this doesn't have the health bar max health bar level in it, these two. So rendering system we go. Hi ho to the rendering system we go. And it's been a while since I've been here in the rendering system. Let me see. Compute special, make encoded sprite for tile. That's actually what I want, isn't it? Yeah, here we go. This is exactly what I want. If the tile has key, oops. Oh, why didn't I type that instead of copying it? I don't know. If it has that, it's gonna have both, right? So I don't have to do 2 if checks. Sprite. And then I can just copy them. I can copy both of them. This is max in place of level. And that's probably all I need to do. Do I want to test change though? Like sprite update? Search for dialogue text. Oh, you didn't have to look that up, but thank you. Let's find it. Then it won't haunt me. I was mostly just joking. Not in this project. Actually, there's a trick I found. If you do Control-Shift-O and then hit backspace, and then you can type the name of the file, it'll actually find it for you. Middleware, probably, right? Dialogue text. Oh, yeah. QRST, right? Is that it? Probably it. I bet you there's not much other dialogue text hits. Yeah. Isn't that a nice feeling that when you fix something so nitpicky? I guess if you have OCD, like me. I don't really have OCD. I like to joke that I do. It's more like perfectionist, nitpicky stuff. All right. Do I have I have changed, not moved. Do I want to grab something like this? Yeah, let's do this for a health bar. So we'll say health changed. Health bar update. Camera has a position, and why do I have that? I don't know. I don't think I need to have that. Character has a position and a tile, and there's where I want to add the health bar. So let me steal from here. The health bar. And give it to the character. And then we change it, right? And instead of changing the ID, we'll change the health bar level to 5. Rendering update, we should get a modify that the tile changed. Do I get a move sprite? Why would I get a move sprite? This is also old. Those don't exist anymore. Why would I get a move sprite? Anyway, the tile didn't change. It's still 1. Oh, and I'm not using the correct I'm not using these key names either. Oh, wait a minute. Sprite. I guess I didn't have one for tile. Just had tile set. Okay, whatever. I do want that though. 5 out of 10. Why is there a move sprite? Why would there be a move sprite? I don't remember. I'm doing all right, Clayman. Oh, I missed some of the chat. It was about blockchain not being in sync with the database, but you cannot go into more detail. Oh. Someone was able to like fork the blockchain and do and mess it up and do stuff in the fork of it probably. That sucks. Let me just run this and see. What do I get? Where does it start to go different? Yeah, there's the move sprite. I'm not sure why there's a move sprite in there. Okay, yeah, the health bar and level is missing, so I do need to handle this. Also, the tile became null somehow. Oh, did I not do a delta? Did I do a set and not a delta? Wait a minute. It is there. Let's create. Where's the... hold on. No, I'm in the wrong one. Here we go. Oh, I did do a set. I shouldn't do a set. Well, I can do a set, but I have to have the one in there. I think I just deleted it by accident. There we go. Why is there a move? That's what's concerning me. It didn't move. The position didn't change at all. Why would there be a move? Whoops. Yeah, obviously I need to add support for that, but why is there a move at all? This one, why is that there? You mean key names values, not the keys themselves? Yes. Or am I not afraid they might have duplicate key names? Not really, because they're contextual. So part of the name implies the context. So the sprite means it's only going to be in this, where is it? These sprite, like move sprite, update sprite, only those kinds of messages. And so as long as within this set they're unique, then it's fine. And when I move to a binary format, really this will just become different entries in a table to interpret different parts of the data structure, right? Or it might be indices into like column numbers or something. Yeah, they're not going to hit each other. Contents, that's script, yeah. So it's as long as it's script and is not sprite, these won't collide. Yeah, so we're good. Yeah, why am I getting a move sprite? This is bothering me. We're creating a camera, setting a position. We're creating a character, giving the character a tile in a position. Then all we're doing is marking that the tile is changed. Why would we expect a move sprite for that? I don't know. Let me look. Maybe I had a good reason for that. I just don't remember. It doesn't feel right though. Move sprite. Hold on, what's that? Where does that go? That goes here. Oh, that's to update the cache. Okay, so it's this guy. Oh, okay. It's going through all the tiles that have been marked marked dirty. I think that's what it's doing. Update tile for cameras. Yeah, all the dirty entities. Yeah, so it's gonna say it moved even though it didn't move. Because it doesn't really yeah, I dropped the memory of what its old position was. I remember doing that. The cost is so the gain is that I don't have to store the old X and Y. The cost is that we'll always get this moved message, even if it didn't move. Okay, I'll live with that. So to make this test pass, I need to the update sprite has to include these now. Yeah, so I guess it's here, right? Here. Bookmark. Okay, that's the only bookmark. Okay, and then the code I changed before was here. So let's take that and paste it here. Do the same kind of wrapping I did for the other one. All right. Cool. Just for the heck of it, let me run all of the ECS rendering tests. Run all these tests. Make sure I didn't break anything. Nice. Nothing's broken. Okay, so the game was now going to include health bars if the tile has it. So I need to we'll just have the the combat system do that. So that was here, right? Oh, I already did that. Sort. Well, I had done it with the name. So instead of doing name, what we'll do is we'll have the these new keys filled in. Health bar, not that one. This one. So HBL is that. HBM is HP max. Yeah. Okay. And then put that into the game for attack. Now they well, hold on. I need to update the server, don't I? So that is snapshot, stop, and start. And then I have to update the front end to actually draw the bars. This will be the fun part, drawing health bars in Phaser. Okay, so let's go attack something and do some damage. Okay, it did some damage. Now I can hopefully see that where. It would it be in the Redux state? I don't remember. No, it's not going to be in the Redux state. It'll be here somewhere. Like it's one of these many different messages, so it might be hard for me to see it. I guess I can put in a console log to see it. Yeah, we'll do that first. Stage middleware, yes. Okay, so it's like set sprite, wherever this is called from. Reflect sprite added and updated too. Right, so we're not even including that information here yet. It'll be in the message though, so I could just add it. Yes, I can add it. So it would be health bar level, health bar max. And we get that on updated as well. There we go. Oh, there's also the moved. It's moved its own message? Move sprite. I don't remember this one. Oh, and no, I do remember this one. Okay, this, yeah, I had to be careful about this. So I don't actually know if this was a stopgap to handle a rendering system bug, where if we already knew about the tile and then the server says, oh, add it. It's like, okay, don't really add it, just move the existing one. I don't think that ever gets called anymore. In fact, I probably want to, if it ever does happen, I want to see that. So let's do a console warn. Game told us to add sprite. So let's change that to a backtick ID. But we already know about it. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to worry about it. I don't think it'll ever get there now. If it does, I'll get a console warning about it. Okay, let's just for starters say if health bar level is not null, so if it's, which means if it's not null and not undefined. Let's just do a console log of it. Sprite 1 has health bar of HBL over HBM. And let's see if I can see that on that monster that I hit before. There we go. Sprite 6441 has a health bar. And if I go in and out of range, actually if I teleport away and then teleport back, we'll see that message again, right? There we go. Why don't we see a health bar on here? Oh, because I had, this guy doesn't have a health bar yet. If I hit him though, he'll get a health bar. I hit him and he should have a health bar and we didn't see that mess. Oh, because I only did it for add. Yeah, I should add that for update. So he'll have a health bar now. Yeah, 9 out of 20. And I don't care about that. I'll have to look into that later while I'm getting that one. So now it's 5 out of 20 and 1 out of 20 and he's dead. Okay, and then I'm presuming it's this one who has a health bar. Okay, so the front end knows what the health should be. We just need to do the drawing of it now. So I guess I'm adding a new kind of sprite, like similar to the rectangles that I'm drawing for the cursors. Where do I do that? It's like a graphic or something. Dividers. Oh, that's for the pop-ups. Selected position marker. This is it. So it's a stroke rectangle. Yeah, so we can do one of these. We want added, don't. Yes. Here's a similar thing. That should never happen either. Okay, let me paste that there for now, but I want to take this warning and copy it down. This should never happen. Game told us to move sprite, but we did not. We didn't know about it. Oh, but it was never added? But it was not in our tiles map. This is literally what it is. Okay. Stage scene add graphics, and this is a new thing. So I'm going to make a new let health bar equal that, and then its position will be determined by what? Actually, it would be nice to have the X and Y pixels known first. I kind of want to do the same thing like a title bar. In fact, maybe I should just do that. Yeah, down. Let's just move this. I can do it the same way I do with title labels is what I was calling it, but that's like what have I been calling it? Nameplates? Yeah, let's just have a method do this. Make health bar. Tile info, stage, health bar level, health bar max. And I'll just move that to that to make that one. I forget what I put in there already, of course. Memory is like a fish's memory sometimes. Depend on computers and copy paste too much, I think, and my short-term memory suffers. Tile info, stage, health bar level, and max. Okay. So just like this is doing, I guess we are computing it again. You know what I'd like to do is bump the tile label up if there is one, and then add the health bar. We can do that if I do something clever, like if tile info health bar, then we'll move the label up here. So that is what? Subtract, I don't know. How about 10 pixels? And then I'm going to want to do the same thing down here, right? If, where is it stored? Okay, it's stored here. If that, then that dot y minus equals 10, right? Depending on the order in which they're added, right? If we add a health bar first, it won't do that. But when it gets here, it'll say, oh, we have a health bar, so bump that up by 10. If we add the tile label first, this will be false, and it won't do that. But when it gets down here, it'll be like, oh, I have a label, then bump the label up. Okay, and then do the same thing here. It's, okay, it has to be the corner, not the, or I guess I can do the origin trick again. Let me try the origin trick. And this depth needs to be the same as the tile info depth, actually. All right. So it's not corner anymore. It's oh, maybe actually I don't know. I don't remember if the origin works with graphics at all. If it does, then it's just X and Y, right? And this is computed to be the center, so I want to do the same trick here. And yeah, this is where it gets a little funny, right? Let's just draw the outer thing first. So make it white. 2 pixels, I guess, and then the stroke will be I don't know. How about half the tile size wide? And this can be the border is 2 plus 2 is 4 plus 3. Let's make it 3 pixels, so that's 7. Hey there, Cthulhu and Mernon. Krasner Mernon. How you guys doing? I'm adding health bars. I have combat in my game right now, although the game looks like it's not building because corner X and Y. If I hit save, it'll probably work again, right? No, I'm not done. In a minute, I'll show you this. I have the combat system working. It's one-sided, though. The monsters don't fight back. Oh, thank you, Krasner. Monsters don't fight back, but we can fight them, and I'm adding health bars now. Only this is not compiling, some reason why. Oh, minus equal, I guess. And then ID is not defined here. Oh, well, we don't need this anymore. Okay. I can... If this doesn't break, it just broke. Oh, well. If it wouldn't break, I would show you what I have. Okay, anyway, this needs to be different anyway. It should be tile info dot health bar. Right? Reload. It's gonna crash again? It did. Set position of undefined. Why undefined? Oh, selected position? Where did that come from? Oh, I copied it from somewhere else. So it should just be that. Hold on a second. Just a moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, it's just checking with my son. He got his first paycheck ever, and he just went to the bank to deposit it, and I wanted to ask him how that went. He said, 0 human interaction. He's able to use the ATM and all of that. Okay, what is the error here? It's not a function. Really? What's not a function? Oh, it's telling me set origin is not a function, I think. So I have to compute the corner position? I can't call set origin on a graphic? Okay, but I could use the center position and then stroke minus tile size divide by 4 plus 4, right? And then I can go like minus 3 to 4. I might be off by 1 here. And then just not set an origin, right? Cool. Well, there's a bar. It's not drawn correctly, but it should move with that guy. Is it not moving with him? No, it's just fixed on screen. Oh, I know why. Because the move moves stuff. So I need to look for like this to see where it's moved. Where does it get moved? Wait. I guess it's not tile info.label. Where? Let's just look at reflect move. What does it do? Ah. So I have to get it from the tile info. So this would be health bar. And the same thing I do with label, right? If health bar. Oh, and I have to repeat this stuff? Okay. Right, so I have to say like if health bar, then label dot y minus equals 10. I know these are magic numbers. I'll clean them up in a bit. And I'm picking the same kind of like center point anchor position for both. Okay, now, yeah, so that guy has a health bar. It's not drawn correctly though, so I need to fix that. Oh, that should be 3/4, right? Or wait a minute, no. This is width and height, right? So that should be over 2. And this should be 7, after all. Okay, getting there. I mean, it's on top of his head. Is that what I want? I think that's not right. There's 2 skeletons in there, so let's give one of them a nameplate. Who? This guy. Okay. Let's give him a name. What shall we name him? I'm gonna name him Bones. So there's Bones. Yeah, the health bar is too low. I need to, like, move it more up. Name him George? I can name the other guy George. I'll name the other guy George in just a second. So... Right, we subtracted half the tile size, and I did that here, but I think that becomes the baseline of the label. So I need to push it up even more. So how about 3/4? Another way I could do it is yeah, that didn't quite work. I'm thinking the other way I can do it is tweak that number. How about 10? Now I'm totally tweaking, right? Yeah, it's not bad. It's like where the nameplate would be. It's just not wide enough. Do I want to just make it the whole tile size wide? And then that would be from the half to half, right? Yeah, there we go. Maybe that's a little bit too wide. So if I did like 3/4, then half of 3/4 is 3/8, right? So minus 3/8 to get it centered. Hey there, FP Jesta. How are you doing? For me, it is early afternoon. Oh, I moved it too far. Oh, that should be times 3 divided by 8, right? Trying to get this health bar looking good. I don't know about you guys, but I think I want it wider. Maybe I'll go back to where it was. That was over 2, and then the full tile size wide. And how about we make it not so thick? I'm gonna make it only a line style of 1. And then now we need to fill the bar. So I'm thinking to fill the bar that is, we're gonna have 2 rectangles inside. The filled part and then the empty part. One will be like green, the other part will be red, right? Is that how health bars are usually done? Like it's green if they're, or is it blue? Blue for full health, and then it gets red as they lose hit points? Or is it just red and black that we want? Red and black, right? Green, yellow, red. So like change the color when the health gets low? Green for full health usually? Okay. What I'm doing for these guys that aren't damaged is that there's no health bar. And I've played games like this similar where it doesn't show the health bar until they get damaged. So, but we could have like the colored based off of the percentage, sure, we can do that. But I wanted to give that guy a name George and see. I want to see that it. Oh, look at that! Look at that glitch. What would that be caused by? Possibly by this reloading, or is it a move? Oh, it's when it goes off screen. It's not being removed. I know what I did there. Label.destroy. Yeah, we need a if health bar destroy health bar. So health bar needs to be added here. There you go. Color based off of percentage is a good approach. All right, we will do that. But first, I want to call this guy George. I want to see that his nameplate bumps up. So name George update. Cool. So I have it now where the nameplate is boosted a little bit up if they have a health bar. Now to draw the health bar correctly. I'm thinking 2 more graphics. So the health bar will be like a composite thing. How did I do that? Like I did that with pop-up. There was a group or something that you make. What does remove all do? Do I need to do that? Here it is, container. And then you'd set the depth on the container and then you can add things to the container, right? Add. And the container has a position overall, right? Where do you set that? You can set the depth. Where do I set the X and Y? Width and height. Where is the position frame? Here we go. Set position. Okay. Planning on adding enemies to give your game... Oh, enemies to your game too that can attack, push back a player. Yeah, right now, the enemies in my game are totally passive, so I feel really bad when I attack them. Actually, here's a test. If he already has a nameplate and I hit him, what happens? Interesting. So he should have had a health bar added, and it didn't happen. Why? Oh, it's only added if we add the sprite. I need to fix that. See, now when I moved off screen and back, now he has a health bar. Okay, let me put that on the list to fix later. These little corner cases. So need to add health bar to existing sprites if they get one added after they've been added. Oh, need to add health bar to existing sprites if they get one added at if they start out without one and have one added while still in the sprites list. There we go. Or sprites map, whatever I call it. Can I adjust the origin of the health bar to make it left align? Or is the origin always centered? The way I understand phaser health, the way I did this, the graphics, like I was trying before, there is no origin, so you can't set an origin. You just set a position, and then it's these coordinates you pass to things like stroke, rectangle, are relative to this position. So if I wanted to, I could set the position to a corner, and then just move these coordinates to be relative to that corner. So out of convenience, I said, oh, I'll just set the position to be the center bottom, right? Or the center. And or roughly the center, and I just calculate coordinates based off of the center. So I could, like, say, minus tile size over 2, and then minus 10 for the Y, and then make these both 0. If I wanted to. Gotta do it in one place or the other. So afterwards, if you move the health bar, it's just setting the position again. Right, so I'm going to make the overall thing a, let me set a bookmark and find where I did that pop-up equals something. This one, the container. Because I want to do that kind of thing down here. I want the health bar itself to be a container. Actually, when we do it, I don't do update health bar, do I? I don't actually use those, do I? Yeah, I'm not handling that. I'm gonna need to get back to the elements of the health bar to change the color and also the how big to make the on part versus the off part. All right. One thing at a time. Add a container. And then actually I think Phaser lets me do this, right? I can actually store in here the outer part. Hold on. What how do I add them though? It's just add. Okay. So we have to add it and then we add it. We have to add it to the state to the scene and then we have to add it to the container. Okay. So actually I don't need to get back to the border, do I? So I can call this let border and we can just call it border. And I guess I can add it at any time, so let's do it now. Health bar dot border. No, health bar add border, right? And I really want the position to be on the health bar. And this position, maybe it would be easier to do with the top left corner, right? Actually, for the container, I think it had to be. How did this work? Oh, I don't think I actually I don't think I actually did a set position of the container. Did I? What did I do here? What's this padding X? Is that X and Y? So it's relative to the, okay, that's right. It was relative to the container's position. They're all added together. So if I define the container's position to be this anchor point, then these positions can be 0. So actually, I don't even have to set them, I don't think. I think I can just do that. Anyway, let's see if that should have no visible effect. I don't think it worked. Oh no, it did. Where's George? There he is. So Bones and George still have health bars. Let me hit someone else. All right, I gotta hit you, NPC. It's all for, you know, science and all that. And then the bug where it doesn't actually show until I leave and come back. Okay, there's his health bar. So no visible change yet. Now I can add. I think, yeah, I was gonna change it to the corner, right? So that becomes 0, and we just do that. To make this easier to read, I will separate these two. And this minus 10 goes to 0, and we just subtract 10 there. That's easier because now I can add the other elements to it. So let health on is we're adding another graphics and we're adding it. And health on Let's just make it green. Let's just make it red for starters, and I'll do the color thing in a bit. So color, and then actually I don't need line style. I need a fill style, right? I don't remember how to do that. Let's look it up. That would be in the phaser IO API for graphic, right? Graphics. Is it called graphics plural? Okay. And then let's see. What we were setting was line style. Is it fill style that I want? Fill style. I think it's fill style. Yeah, I think I want. Let's see if I ever used this. I did use fill style for the pop-up window, yeah. And then actually, this is what I want. I want fill, not a rounded rect, but I want to fill. I think it's just fill rect. Yeah, fill rect. And I don't need a line at all, right? So it's just. There's no stroke rect. There's just that. Oh, and these depth. This depth needs to be moved to the health bar. So we will set the position and depth of the container. And then we don't need to set the depth for the elements of it. All right, so I decided red, right, to begin with. And opacity is optional, I think. Yeah, it's optional. And then this was just fill rect. And then here I want to account for that 1 pixel border. And let's just have it fill. Let's start with filling the whole thing. So that would be, the width is what? Oh, tile size. So it would be tile size -2, right? And instead of 7, it would be 5. So let me see what that gets me. That should get me a red, filled the bar with red. There we go. Although his bar is off. All the bars are off now. Oh, wait, did I do my math wrong here? What did I have before? I can't even remember. Oh, this was already the center. So that should be like that, right? And I think it needs to be further up too. That didn't help at all. Wow, okay, it's interesting. When he moved, it like shifted over to the left. Waiting for him to move again. I don't think he's going to. Oh, is it at first it's in one position and then it moves? Yes. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, so this one's correct. It's on the move. Health bar dot set. Yeah, this one. This, okay, let me put a bookmark there and then go back. Has to kind of line up with that. So if I'm adding and just subtracting, what if I just, these cancel each other out, don't they? And then, I don't need this bookmark anymore. So this becomes that -10. And then this goes away, right? Those have to match. Cool, okay, fixed. It's actually not pixel perfect. Let me grab that and zoom in to show. See that problem? It's there, it's not quite right. I'm wondering if is it a rounding issue? Are they all off by 1? It's really hard to see 1 pixel, which is why I blew it up. Why would it be shifted to the right though? Oh, because it has a 1 pixel border? So I have to set the border to 0 or something? I guess it depends on what fill rect does. Or maybe I do need a stroke. I do have to do stroke rect. Oh, if that's true, then I can make it the same dimensions, right? And then do that and 7. Let's see if that works. Okay, there's a different problem now, where it is overwriting the top and the right side. Okay. Do I really want to just fudge it? And put 1 there, and then -1. I hate having to fudge things like that I don't understand. Okay, that's almost right. Now it looks like that. So the height is, I have to subtract 1 there too. Okay, now it looks good. Now we're looking good. Oh, he's what would you expect, Krasner, for a first job ever, summer job? Minimum wage. He's got a menial minimum wage job, and he's happy that he's getting money. It's like at one of those grocery stores. What do you call it? What did he call it? Hospitality clerk, something like that. Also a bagger. So be kind to the baggers and hospitality clerks at your local stores, because you never know. It might be Son of Raimu who you're saying hi to. Microsoft dev would be a pretty cool first summer job, but no, he's got first job, helps teach some work ethic and all that. They have to be +1, -1 due to the border says. I'm assuming so, but it's strange that I have to offset it vertically but not horizontally. That's weird to me. I would expect, I had this 1 originally, right? And it was off by 1 horizontally for some strange reason. And then why is this only a 6 if I had to offset it vertically, right? I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me. Your first one was mowing lawns? Yeah, it's the same kind of thing, only mowing lawns might not be as regular. You have to go find your clients, right? Really shows you whether you want to work for the rest of your life or just go to college. Yeah, there's incentive, right, to get a better job. Your first real job was in a paper mill industry. Yeah, these entry-level jobs that pay minimum wage. You learn what work is like and what jobs to reach for. Yeah, hay fever doesn't mix well with mowing lawns, does it? All right, so let me make this now proportional to the health bar level. I think all I need to do is say this times health bar level divided by health bar max, right? And then we should probably do a math.floor of that. Or let's do a math.round. Cool. So this guy is not so damaged and he's more damaged. Let me fill in the, let's do the health off now. And let me be a little bit more intelligent about this stuff here. So we'll, hold on, let me change this first. Health off, make this black. All right, so const bar width is this, and then const bar fill will be this basically, with this replaced here, and then bar empty, if we wanted that, would be that minus that. Right? Don't know if I need that. So this is bar fill now, and this will be bar filled there, and then yeah, we can use bar empty. There we go. Done. Could be on, off, be const. Yes, they can be. So can border, right? In fact, X, Y, all these can be const, I think. Good point. Good point. Ha ha ha. Hey, look, we have health bars. Now, if we want to change the color, should we say like 50% and below is yellow and then 25% and below is red? So, don't need this anymore. Raimu 8 pun, yeah. Okay. We're just affecting this color, right? So, const health bar color depends, right? We should get a percentage first. Const health percent or health ratio. I don't want to use percent unless it's times 100. Health ratio. Actually, what happens if you take two integers and divide them? Do you get a floating point number, right? That's what I'm counting on, because if I say it is greater than or equal to 0.5, then it is green, RGB, no, GB. Otherwise, it's health ratio 0.25. If yes, then yellow is red plus. How come I'm having trouble with this? It's red plus green, right? Otherwise, it's just red. Let's see what that looks like. Good thing I have cooperative NPCs of different. Okay, that didn't work. I didn't use health bar color, that's why. If one of them is a float and the other is an int, it will be a float. What were we saying before? Was green when they're totally healthy? Maybe I should have it like more like 0.75. That doesn't look like 25% to me, but maybe it is. What's your health, dude? This health is at exactly 1/4. Okay, let's let's make that greater then. Yeah, but they're both integers, but it still seems to be working. Because yeah, it's definitely, yeah, I think it's working. Okay, let's to do this for sure, let me do it in the console. So what is 2 divided by 8? So it works even if they're both integers, I guess. But yeah, you're right. If one of them was a floating point, it's still floating point. I guess if you wanted it to be an integer, you'd have to do math.floor of 2 divided by 8, right? Or a more simple, a more descriptive problem would be like that. Yeah, see, every language is different. Some languages, like C, you would get 0. It would just be as if you did a math floor. But apparently in JavaScript, it promotes it to floating point. And that's important here because I want it to be a pixel coordinate. So I guess it doesn't have to be an integer, but I feel more comfortable with pixel coordinates and lengths being, where did I do the math? This right here, right? Those being integers, but I wanted this to be a float to do that. Okay, so that's add. I need to have the same code for update as well. So that means I need to actually keep these bars around. So instead of making these const, we will turn this into, I think I can just put it in the container. Health bar dot. And that. I think I can get away with that. Let's see. It's not defined on 603. Yes. There and there. Cool. There's that guy who's almost dead. All right. So some of these calculations I need to redo whenever there's an update. It will be this, which influences actually, it looks like you can't change. I guess we have to make a new graphic every time. Okay, so I think I know what I want to do. All of this then will be put into another function. Actually, all of this. So let's do that now. We'll call it. We shall call it set health bars. Set health bar. Well, this is called make health bar. Set health bar. I don't know. Maybe you should make it so it's more of a gradient. I could. Should keep track of some of the NPC names. Bones is a good name. I can't disagree. I'm not completely comfortable with this name. Like contents or something, or pieces or parts. I could call it update health bar, I guess. And then it could take care of the delete of the old one if it's there. Yeah, maybe I just do that. So what does it need? It needs the tile info. Really, it just needs the health bar, right? Tile info is extraneous. So what if we just call it health bar? If I do that, I gotta do this, don't I? And then stage health bar level health bar max. And then that's what that code is. So let's take them all together and put it up here. Actually, they don't need to be defined one before the other, right? I can do this if I wanted. And then say that equals arrow function that does this. Then I can strike all the tile infos off, which would be nice. There. Oh, wait a minute. The label, though, it needs. Maybe I'll just keep it tile info. It's just that I'll have to repeat tile info dot everywhere. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. This we only want to do once. So, oh, then I don't need to do it down here, do I? If I don't need to do that, then this could be health bar info. And I can strike all this off. And then this part, well, hold on. First this is that. And then I can delete just that part. There we go. All right, and then that needed to be in there, didn't it? Right there, right? Okay. So we'll do that in updated. Here. So if health bar is not null, okay, there's actually a chance we might, okay, if we might not have a health bar. And we need to move that up here, don't I? Okay, health bar. If we have a health bar, we're gonna update it. Oops. Otherwise, we're gonna add it, right? So we're calling one of these or the other. Let's just take this line. If we have a health bar, we're updating it. Right? Otherwise, we're adding one. Add health. Make health bar. That's what it is. Otherwise, make health bar. Which could end up bumping the label, which is fine. Okay, let's see if that works. So if I hit George, sorry George. Don't move. I don't think it's working. Yeah. The update is not working. Why would the update not work? Is this not being passed through? I think it is. Oh, wait. I forgot one thing. If we already have health on, health off, it's not deleting the old one, so we need to do that. Okay. If health bar health on, then we might as well just, is it destroy? Is that how it's done? Yes. Destroy them. Oh, there's another thing I also forgot for, I guess we'll just do this the clean way and do this, right? Check, do 2 checks. There was another thing with the pop-up, right? You have to do remove all, I think. I forget why, but that was in the documentation. Have you considered replacing your variables with paragraphs? Paragraphs. I'm not sure what you mean by paragraphs. And which variables do you mean? And how are you doing, John Games? Long time no see. I'm not sure what you mean by paragraphs. Of your latest fictional work, nice long ones. Oh, you mean making the variables long names? I usually only do that for names of tests. I try to keep my variable names shorter for non-test names. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, I was looking up phaser. It was a game object container. It had like a remove all. I wanted to see what that did. Remove all. You can also call. So what does if you call it destroy in the container, does it destroy the children automatically? I don't even see destroy. Oh no, here it is. Destroy. Destroys the game object, removing it from the display list and severing all ties to parent. Yeah, it doesn't say. Maybe that's why I called it, because I wasn't sure. So remove all. Oh, shouldn't we be calling passing true? Oh, I am. Okay. So when we do health bar destroy, we should be doing health bar remove all true, because it's a container. Yes. Okay. So let me see if that fixed it. I don't want to kill George. Let's abuse another NPC. Oh, cool. So I fixed that. So the health bar gets added, and then as we damage him, he runs out of health and dies. If I can hit him. Hit him! Oh, I stepped on top of him. My nameplate is interfering with seeing that. There, finally hit him. He is no more. Cool. Yeah. Maybe I should put health bars above everything else. Because this looks sort of weird that I'm in front of his health bar, doesn't it? I did that because I want to show up on top of his nameplate. I think I am going to put health bars above everything else, so set depth for health bars. Where is that done? Here it is. Let's just hard code it. Depth health bar. And put it where in this list? I'll put it at the bottom of this list, so that becomes the new 101. 0 to 100 are reserved for things that for depths set by the server, including the player. These are all front end only. Okay, so I should no longer obscure his health bar. Yeah, you can see my name appears behind his health bar. Okay, I like that better. I want to be able to see that. Oh, sorry about that, monster. That wasn't bones, was it? There we go. Let's make him unhealthy. Oh, he's dead. I wonder if it should show red sooner. Hey there, Ralrita. Look, I have a combat system now with health bars. And he's almost dead. He's almost dead, and he's dead. Yeah, NPCs now have health bars, and there's a special named NPC to test that I can have a health bar and a nameplate. And the nameplate, you can see there, it boosts it up a bit so it doesn't overlap the health bar. And it's green if they're moderately healthy, yellow if they're between a quarter and three and a half, I think, or 3/4, and red if it's under a quarter. Where are all the other NPCs gone? Are they hiding? I know. Oh, wait a minute. Bob, you're destroying all the old weapons. Oh, I can get rid of the weapons spawn system now, can't I? Because Bob hands us swords if we don't have them. Yeah, check this out. I added this the other day. There's scripted stuff now. So if we talk to Bob and we say sword, he'll say, "You need a weapon? I have a spare sword. Would you like it?" Yes. There you go. Hey, look, now we're armed. And I can't attack Bob, by the way. It will tell me you can't attack that target because it would be sad if we could kill Bob. And the reason you see this no NPC component, there's a special trigger there that vaporizes NPCs that step there. Okay. And if I didn't have a sword, I dropped it on the ground, it'll say you have no weapon. To have a sword in our inventory. Oh, I actually don't want to kill Bones. He's a named NPC, right? Let's get this guy. Die. He's dead. Hey there, Saint Pal. Let me read your question. You have a question, you're a noob, and you're kind of wondering how do you deal with large amounts of variables in JavaScript, and where is the proper place to declare variables? It depends on the scope of your variables. So sometimes you'll have variables that appear only for a little bit of time, like these X and Y coordinates here. So that's pretty easy. They're just temporary variables in your function, and you make it let if it's if you might change it. So like I'm adjusting them here. Otherwise, I like to use const. Now I think there's a bit of difference of opinion between some developers because there's some overhead in JavaScript let and versus const versus neither. So like if you're in a very tight loop and you do this millions of times a second, you might want to look into is using let or const slower. I like to use it just to reinforce the fact that I'm making the variable and setting its value only once and not changing it. And if I change it by accident, I get a JavaScript warning. Otherwise, let is like a traditional variable where you can initialize it and then you can change it later. So those are local variables. So when you want a variable that persists longer, it kind of depends on the situation. So this right here is inside of Redux middleware. So the way I handle Redux middleware variables is I called it stage because that's the name of this middleware, but I made one object that's persistent, and the way I make it persistent is it's declared inside the scope of the middleware factory. So this is how you make middleware in React. You export a function which returns another function. And when you do that, when you have a function that returns a function, any variables you declare are captured. So they're kind of like in the, what do they call it? Inside the closure of this function, right? So it's a convenient place for me to put all of these variables persist for the entire life cycle of this function, the entire life cycle of the app. So I stashed all my variables that I need to keep persistent for this middleware inside this object. So all the tiles, the current time, the scene is the phaser stage scene. All that stuff is inside this object. So JavaScript objects are nice because you can give variables are just values inside of the object. That the key is the name of the variable. You don't have to do with this. You could just have them plain variables just like these ones here. I like an object because sometimes it's convenient to change more than one thing at once inside the object, or to do the spread syntax. And do I have an example of that? Yeah, like this, where it's like I just want a copy of everything in that object. Another place where that comes in handy. I don't know if I use it here, but I might want to say something like stage equals stage, but then change like foo to be 42 and bar to be 16, right? So that, and this could be a copy of the stage. So this could be stage 2. So that gives us everything that was in stage except for foo and bar, where we overwrite with those. So that's kind of convenient. That's why a lot of times I use objects, because that spread object syntax comes in handy. So that's if you need variables inside of like Redux middleware. Another place you might want to have a variable is in React. If you're using React and you have a component. So I was working on that today, right? What was it? Which one was I working on? The script? I can't even remember now. It was one of these panels. I think it was a script, right? Maybe it wasn't. Anyway, I can look at the character panel as an example. Oh, I remember what it was. It was this chat window. Yeah, anyway, the character panel is good enough. So a React component will either be a class with a render function, or in the case of if you're using React hooks, it's just a function that has a whole bunch of props passed in. And if you need a variable for a React component that just stays inside the component, that's a React state. So in the traditional React component class, you would have a this.state, and to change things, you do this.setState. And it's kind of like an object, and the keys of the object have names. And in React hooks, it's similar, except for the name goes away. Instead, you call a function and you get back what's the variable's current value, and then a function to change that value. And so that becomes kind of like the variable that's local to your React component. You can't get access to it outside. So it's only when you want a variable inside the component, and you don't need it outside. And I recommend trying to make variables smallest scope as you can. So instead of having a whole bunch of global variables, if you have a variable like here, the zone name, which is used for where did I use that? Where did I use that? Oh, that's this box here. This box here, that value is stored here, right? Nothing else needs that value other than this form, which has the add button. So there's no reason to make it a global variable. Might as well make it as tightly scoped as I can, and that's, in this case, it's a React state variable, because only that React component needs it. Now, something that might be needed by multiple components, like, let's say, our position in the world, we need to know what number to put there, and we also need to know what to draw there. That's one level above. Either if you're just doing pure React, it would be one of your props, right? So where does that come in? I think that's camera. camera, right? Camera has the position in it, X, Y, and Z or Z. And how that prop is provided, if it's pure React app, it'll be another higher level component in React. I don't do pure React. I mix React with Redux. So a lot of my props come from Redux store, or the state, that's mapped to a prop by React Redux. But essentially it's stored in it's stored inside of Redux, and it's put there by a reducer. So it's, in this case, the admin reducer camera position, right? So here's the initial camera position, and that's how we set it up. And then the camera position is modified by Redux actions, like reflect camera position, right? It takes the new position from the action and stores it in the state. So these are all variables that are shared by multiple areas of the app. They're maintained by Redux, and they're managed, well, they're updated by a reducer that I define that plugs into Redux. So you can see there's different levels of variables. There's global variables, there's Redux variables, there's React variables. There's sort of the in-between would be like your props to your React components. They could come from Redux, they could be globals, they could be something else. And then inside functions, you can always do a const or a let to make local variables. Like these are all local variables, right? Yeah, JavaScript, I like to describe what I know because it wasn't too long ago I didn't know any of this myself. So I know where people come from because I came from that too. I didn't know any of this, and if I can help make the journey easier, that's great. Yeah, it is a bit overwhelming because there are a lot of different contexts in JavaScript, right? This whole thing is just an elaborate way to declare a function, and this is the single parameter to the function. And this syntax is basically making a whole lot of names that map to fields of an object, right? So it's just it gets really complicated when you do that, and you add in the fact that you can have variables that come into existence because they return from other functions, and it gets really crazy. I would say just learn one step at a time. Like if you're learning JavaScript, don't do React at first. Just do plain JavaScript, maybe do some jQuery, some Vue. Only when you're comfortable with the baseline JavaScript, then pick up a more complicated framework like Angular or React. And like maybe not even do React hooks at first, because that's kind of weird. Start with the classical React classes, which have constructors, and state is a variable inside of the class, and so it's maybe easier to understand. And then work yourself up to the more complicated looking stuff once you're comfortable. Anyway, I was modifying this, right? Oh, that was just to show that. Where was I? I had just gotten health bars to work, right? And I was showing that off. Right, where's my player? Here we go. He's not damaged at all. He needs to be damaged, I think. Everyone should have some damage. There, he's almost dead. I'm happy with the way the health bars look. I can maybe make it not solid white. Maybe add some opacity to it. But that's all icing on the cake I can do later. I should just check in what I've done so far, right? So we added health bars. Yay! And there were C++ changes? Yes, because we're basically taking the health bar information from the tile and putting it into the sprite. That's what this is doing. Showing the health bar and updating the health bar. Let's make that all, well, let's make everything a check-in. Add health bars. And we'll say backend takes health bar information from tile components and copies them to sprite add update messages. And this is specifically, I should say this. This is done specifically by the render game system. All right, and the front end draws health bars given information in sprite messages. Sprite add update messages. Maintaining health bars as, what was it again? It was a container with graphics objects depicting the sprite's health. Alright, I like that. That's a nice check-in comment. Sometimes I like to think of what to write for check-in comments as if someone was going to join me on the project and I wanted to show them the progression of the game by having them read the sequence of check-in comments, I want them to arrive on that check-in comment and read that and say, "Oh, okay, I know what's going on here." That's if I'm not feeling lazy. If I'm feeling lazy, I would just have a one-liner saying added health bars or add health bars, right? All right. That guy is conspicuously undamaged. I feel compelled to go attack him. Oh, I'm on top of him. Let's make him yellow, and then we'll move away. Cool, I don't see any bugs. I think we're good. I guess the next step would be have enemies fight back. Or do I introduce different kinds of weapons? So let me look at my weapon. So if I inspect that tile, I will see the item entity is 6520. So I can type that in here and look at the weapon. And I can pull, for easy viewing, I'll pull it in here and say that it is JSON, and we will format it. So it has a name, iron sword. It's type sword. Here's the damage roll stuff. So if I wanted to make a new kind of item, I can make it deadlier or less deadlier by changing these. I can adjust the hit chance. So yeah, maybe I should add different kinds of weapons and then push this to Amazon so that you guys can all play with it. Should NPCs health regen slowly when not being damaged? I like that idea. Maybe certain kinds of enemies. I want to encourage feedback, so I'm going to give Toulouse a point. We could do that next, right? That could be a game system that we write. Oh, wait a minute. There's one thing I forgot. I wanted to have a cooldown, right? Right now I can attack as quickly as I can hit the keys. Oops, reset. Wrong window. Right now I can attack really, really fast. I don't want to kill Bones. I want to kill another NPC with a rapid series of attacks. We'll have to go find the NPCs that escape the world. See, I can kill them rapidly by doing that, and I don't want that to be allowed. So how to prevent that? I think every time we attack the, we need to note down the game time and then store it back somewhere. I guess we would store it in the player, right? And then we would check it in attack. No, we'd check it in combat system. Where was that? Here. If they do attack, and when we get them, we could do a check here to see if their attack has been cooled down yet. It would be really cool is if this would prevent us from attacking if it hasn't cooled down yet, but what would be really cool is if I could draw like some kind of cooldown effect on the item itself. To draw the cooldown effect, we'd have to know when the cooldown started and when it will, and its duration, right? We already know the duration. It's on the item. So I really just need to know when we attacked and store that we could store that value back on the item, right? Which would be an inventory change, right? No, it wouldn't necessarily be an inventory change. I'm trying to think about the best way to do this without changing the backend too much. No health regen? Oh, there will be health regen. I just hadn't put it in yet. Do we want to do that first? What's a simple way to do health regen? Maybe make that another game system that we run and yeah, let's try it out. Let's have a new Lua. How did the combat system get defined? It was had this little spiel at the bottom, right? Like that, and then well, it's an update, right? If it's an update event, and it had a time argument. Let me prototype this just to see if I'm right about that being an update. We'll have a local up here. Can I do a local outside of the function? I don't remember. Last, okay, we need to name this appropriately. We'll call it regen. Last, we can call it last, right? Last 0. We'll say if time minus last is, actually there are 2 conditions, right? If last is 0, or time minus last is greater than, let's just do every 3 seconds or something, right? Then let's just see if the updates work correctly. So last equals time, and we'll do a game message. Game chat. Game directed to everybody. Is that how we direct it to everybody? Do 0? I can't remember now. I don't think this will, well, this might work. Let's see. I don't remember. Time is now ... time. Okay, so we'll put that into the game as a new script called regen. Add, edit script, paste. Oh, and then we're getting a whole bunch of errors. Attempt to concatenate a nil value, local to, okay, so time isn't being set. Let's, it's going to continue to generate script errors, isn't it? Let me sabotage it. Well, let's just fix it. We'll say if not time, then time equals 1, end. Just so I can stop the errors. Okay, clear. So it's not passing in the time. Oh, that might be because systems doesn't get it. Yeah, that's what it is. It was, well, I don't remember if I did this. I guess it's, I can just do that, right? Update that. Now let's see. Do we... It's not printing anything, is it? Oh, no, it is. Okay, cool. So it's working. Okay, so the next step is just not showing up for the GM. It shows up for normal players, but not the GM. That's a bug, actually. Because the GM isn't a player entity, it won't show up there. Do I care? I'll worry about that later. In the meantime, let's, I guess we would go through all NPCs, right? So where did I do something like that? Do I even have a method to loop through all components of a certain type? I don't know if I did this. I didn't even do it. So I have entities at position, one entity's components, or one entity's component of a certain type with all components of, oh no, I do have this, with components of type. That's what I want. Where did I use that? I'm trying to remember. What's this? We don't need that anymore. Goodbye test script. How about has room? I actually don't think I'm using it right now. So let me see how this works. Oh, so we're given 2 things. The entity and then the component. Okay, so we can do this. we'll do here game with that. So it's going to get a function which is given the entity, and the component we care about is NPC, right? So NPC entity NPC, and what does it want? It wants the type. So the type is NPC. Anything else? No. So inside here, we can check to see if the NPC's health is low. We'll add a point. How about that? If NPC hit points, they have to have hit points, right? Then if NPC hit points is less than NPC hit points max, then NPC, okay, we can't just change it. We have to post a request to make a change. So I'm going to copy from the attack system. Here we go. This is exactly what I want. Feedback to the game to modify that NPC that their hit points is NPC hit points plus 1. They'll gain a point of hits every 3 seconds now. If I did this right. Edit script, paste, submit. All right, now they should be healing. I don't see him healing though. I don't think it worked. Bones is not healing. So I have some kind of bug. If NPC hit points this should do it, right? Should add 1 to the hit points. What about George? What happened to George? Did he, did I accidentally kill him? Or is he hiding out here somewhere? No, he's not here. I might have killed George by accident. I don't see him anywhere. I might have killed George by accident. Or you know what can happen? If an NPC steps on this square up here, they get vaporized. So he might have gotten killed by stepping there. Sorry, George. Okay, the healing system is not working. Why not? I guess we'll debug by adding print statements in here. So let's do a game chat. Game 0 entity NPC entity should regen NPC hit points slash NPC hit points max slash end parentheses. Let's see what that looks like. It's not printing anything. I'm not getting any errors. It's just not finding the NPCs. Let's see if we even see an NPC here. Let's just say is an NPC. Okay, we're seeing a lot of NPCs, and I have a extra parentheses in there by mistake. It's getting that far. Is it just that this is failing? Game entity has HP. No, okay, it's tracking 4 different enemies that have different levels of hit points. So it's getting that far. Is it this less than thing? That might be it. Let's do the out of. I've been doing a lot of silly mistakes today, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was something like that. No, they're all at max hit. Okay, but Bones is not listed. Why is he not listed? What entity is this? Oh, I know why. The health bar is not updated when the hit points are updated. We have to update the hit points and the health bar. Yeah, okay. Of course it's something silly like that, so we don't need these anymore. He did get healed up, we just can't see it. So, right. So in addition to doing that, yeah, I just didn't see it. I'm just dumb. We have to update both the tile and the NPC. So this should be well, let's just compute it here. Local HP equals NPC HP plus 1. No, we add it here, right? HP equals HP plus 1. HP is HP. And we'll just get the other one too, max. And remove the NPC dot in front. And then we're good, right? Yes, so copy that into the game. There we go. Now, I gotta hit him. And once I've hit him, yeah, see there, his health is regenerating. Every 3 seconds he gains a hit point back. Any progress with the phaser stuff? I abandoned the attempt to have phaser draw this and decided that I'll just have a separate system to draw the tiles and the animated tiles and stuff for the DOM. Phaser is just confined to this quadrant here. No, I'm not talking to you, Siri. Okay, it should be hard for me to kill enemies now because they're going to regen health. I gotta really be attacking them, right? Or at least he's going to regenerate. Actually, what happens when he gets to max? Oh, just like Bones, the health bar doesn't go away. Do we want to remove the health bar if it's max HP? I think we should. So, that's easy, right? We can just say, if HP is HP max, then else that. End. So we remove these by saying nil. I think that's what it will do, right? It will remove... Oh, did I write the code for removing health bars? I don't remember if I did. It might be we have to move off screen then back to see it. Okay, let's see. Okay, I have to hit him first, right? And then move, and then his health bar regenerates. Yeah, so it's probably going to be removed. So if I move off screen and back, oh no, it's still there. Interesting. So what does that look like? Oh, it's not giving him that last bit of health. Do I have a bug here? Oh, is it that 4-hour mark? Can you adjust the size of that window if need be? You mean this? You can always do that. If if you want. Is that what you mean? It'll scale with the if you zoom in and out in your browser. If you mean like make it so you can see more of the world, yes, but right now it's hard coded constants, and also it's on both the front end and the back end hard coded. Like view distance, right? On-screen chat doesn't update? What do you mean? I missed something. Okay, what happened? What happened to his regen? He's not regenerating that last bit of health. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe he did and it just didn't update the health bar. Oh, it did. It just didn't remove that. So, I guess null isn't handled correctly. How would nil be handled? I'd have to look at the code for that to see. So let's look. Okay, that's in JSON wrapper. Object. JSON value from Lua value. It should have done that. Yeah, it should have put in a null. Weird. So it should have removed the health bar. I don't know why I didn't though. Ah, a bug to fix later, I guess. So for now, I just leave it out. I'll just, well, I guess I can just comment this, right? And then that. Script, regen, submit. Gotta get one more little tap on that guy to fix his health bar. And now he should heal all the way back up. Why is he not? Oh, because I was missing before. Okay, there we go. I wasn't scrolled all the way. There he goes. Full health. Health bar doesn't go away. We'll have to fix that later. Null, nil, null, undefined 0, null, null pointer. Yeah. I'll void. Did I hide messages with bang and stream elements? This does, yes. It does not show commands, and stream elements and my bot are now ignored. It's just real humans that are doing not commands, or that are chatting and not doing commands. Those are the only things that show up. I don't think I touched it in game though. Yeah, stream element still shows up there. All right. I guess I'll wrap it up for the day, and these little issues like the health bar, removing the health bar at full health, I'll figure out later. Oh, it's good. I can remove the item spawning system too now, right? Yeah, let's do that. That'll be the final thing. Let me check in what I did. I already checked it in. Okay, so then we're removing the armory system, because we don't need it anymore. Goodbye, armory. It was nice knowing you. Remove armory. So we don't need the sword spawn cooldown anymore. Don't need the armory system. We don't need it in the list, and that's it. No! Yeah, you'll have to talk to an NPC in the game now. Did I show you that, Cthulhu? If let's say I drop this sword, right, and let's say it just vanishes, which I haven't done yet. I need to do that too. I need to have the items vanish periodically if you leave it in the world. But yeah, if you talk to Bob now, you can ask him for a sword, and he'll hand you one. Isn't he nice? So now I have a sword, and if he might destroy it by stepping on it, but I have a new one. And they have the durability is ignored right now, so you don't have to worry about your weapon being destroyed. Let's wail on this guy. Oh, die! I keep moving on top of him. Oh, they're tougher to kill now that they move and regenerate. Oh, he's dead. Is dead. Oh, what happened there? What happened there? Oh, when we teleport, the bar is not removed. That's funny. I know where that is. That we can fix really quick now. That is when we get reflect sprites. Destroy all sprites. Yes, I forgot this code. If, well, we should just look for label.destroy. I don't know why I have a copy of this code. What's this right here? Updated. Yeah, I did the health bar stuff there. Yeah, I have 2 copies of removing everything for some reason. I'm gonna make the I'm gonna not fix that for now. I'll just fix it there, or I'll band-aid it like that, and it has to be health bar up there. You would think that they would only regen if they were not taking damage or didn't take damage in the last X seconds or something. I could do that too. It's all in this Lua script, right? So I could keep iterating on that. I can say not only do they have to not be at max health, but maybe the time since they were last hit has to be more than 10 seconds or something, right? Yeah, we could totally do stuff like that. It's just a matter of putting that information back into the NPC component and reading it back out here. I want to fix this though. Using nil, or it translates to null, should have removed those keys and therefore removed the health bar. I don't know why it didn't do that. I should write that down. Bug. Passing a field with value nil to JSON object, or JSON.object in Lua, and then passing this object onto the ECS modify component action does not remove that field from the component like it should. Simple TDD item, right? Yeah. Only I've left out TDD completely from all this Lua stuff, right? Because I don't have a framework for testing these Lua scripts. I think the idea I have is that these Lua systems are just temporary until I solidify, like I'm happy with the systems, and then I would port them to C++ and put them back into the game. For testing Lua scripts, no. I have testing the Lua wrappers, like that JSON wrapper, the wrapper tests, and they use a local Lua interpreter for that. And it was just for testing the wrappers. I could do the similar kind of thing for testing these scripts, but right now these scripts don't live anywhere except for in the actual game data. I'm not checking these into version control, which is kind of scary to me. So my version control for these is the game right now. The game snapshots, literally. So I have 3 copies of them, right? Because I have 3 servers. So I'm not too worried about losing these scripts. Worst comes to worst, I could go back through my VODs and get these back. Yeah, I want these to be temporary, and once I'm happy with them, then I port them to C++, and then it's faster at the cost of not being able to modify them as easily. Okay. Anything else I need to write down? Oh, I wanted to build this because I removed the... I did build it. Okay. I want to make sure the armory is no more, so... Snapshot... and quit and restart. There should be no more armory system. So to test that, I would just go destroy all the swords that are in the armory, and it should not respawn. So sad. Yeah, graphics glitch. I'll get to that later. All right. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Let's go delete all the swords here. Oh, I'm being raided. Nick Busey. Welcome. How was your stream? I'm near the end of mine, but I can show you what I've been working on. It's kind of cool. I'm removing all these items from my game right now because they're obsolete. For a while I had no way to create items in my world, in my game, so I just had a specialized game system called Armory that would spawn swords in this area. So now I've removed that because now I have Bob. So this whole game is inspired by, you can read about it here. Games I enjoyed playing when I was a kid included Ultima 3, Ultima 4, So RPGs, very old school RPGs, where the view of the world was just simple 2D tile pixel art, and you're usually in the center, and you have a picture, and then the pictures around you depict towns, castles, forests, enemies, that kind of thing. So I'm making a multiplayer version of that. You can actually play it now if you go here, but just to warn you, there's no game content yet. It's just a test area. It lags a little bit behind in development because I work mostly in this local environment, and then I have to actually deploy it to Amazon Web Services cloud for you guys to play it. So it's a little bit lagged behind, but so you can see, for example, the water and other tiles don't animate because I just did that like this week. Whereas in the test environment, the water scrolls like it did in Ultima 3, and then some of these tiles move. Where's one that does? Like this little dog guy's animating. So anyway, you can create an account and log in now. There are some things implemented, but not everything. It has the old item system, so you can go over to here. These spawn regularly. You can go and pick them up, and as long as you have one of these in your inventory, if you step on an NPC, they die. What I did today was I removed that and updated the system so that now it's more like what you'd expect. You have to get weapons from somewhere. So Bob here, if you talk to him, you can ask for a sword, and he will give you one. Now I have 2 of them. And when you have a sword, you can attack enemies. Either you press that button and hit a direction, and I missed because there's no one there. Or the Q key and then a direction. Oh, bug. It's still in the dialogue tab. We have to go to the all tab to see it. I swung and I missed, right? But if I actually hit that guy, now I added this 2 today. He has a health bar now. And if I keep attacking him, you can see his health drop, and eventually he dies. So it's very, very new. Thanks for the follow, by the way. It's very new, so it's missing a lot of things. Like there's no sound effects. There's no particle effects like when you hit. I want there to be like a hit sound and a hit effect when you strike them. There's nothing like that yet. Really, it's the core mechanic that the fact that the NPCs have hit points, that you have items, items have abilities, there are hit and damage rolls. Oh, and thanks for the sub. Thank you very much for that sub, Nick. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so NPCs now have health, and items have abilities, and there are attack and damage rolls, so I can sometimes miss. It looks like I'm hitting every single time, though. I'm very lucky. There, I swung and I missed, right? And we added a few extra game systems, like someone had the suggestion, why don't you have their health regenerate? So we just added that just right before you raided. So the game systems start out in Lua, and here's the regen system we just did a little bit ago. And the idea is I would do it in Lua first because it's really easy to embed back into the game. I can just go to this system. I can even edit it in place. I plan to make a nicer editor here, but you can edit the code in place and it's immediately employed in the game. And then that's for quick turnaround testing. And then once the game systems are solidified, I would then port it into the main backend of the game is in C++. So the game systems sit in C++ here, like the NPC movement. It looks a little bit similar in that we're dealing with, if we want to make a change to the game, we have to formulate an action object and then send that as feedback to the game server cluster, which has to replicate that command and then execute it. And then all components are right now JSON objects. So that we can see more of that in like the spawning system, right? So when we create an NPC, it is that a collection of JSON objects for every component of the NPC. So this is how they're shown in the world. This is where they are in the world. This is how they can move. And this is things that are only specific to NPCs. Like, are they attackable? What are their hit points? How much armor, damage reduction do they do? That kind of thing. So whether it's in the C++ game systems or in the Lua, it's right now through JSON objects that we hold all of the game data. So if you have any questions, let me know. It's not open source because I want to try to make a living off of monetizing this game a little bit. Like I want to make it free to play, but maybe people who maybe leave the first few zones, if they like the game and they want to keep playing, maybe they would have to pay $1 or $2 to unlock the rest of the game or different areas of the game. So because of that, I need to keep it closed source so that I can monetize it, right? But I do open source all of the reusable components that I make this game out of. My stream is sort of unusual in that I don't use a whole lot of libraries. I like to make things from scratch. So the JSON objects that you see here, I wrote those all from scratch. And this JSON class is open source, so you can go to my GitHub and find it there. That is up here. So license is MIT, and it's cross-platform, so you should be able to build it on Windows, Linux, Mac, anything else. The only caveat is all the open source components that I make, I only support CMake for the build system. So if you don't like CMake, sorry. It's not too hard to figure out. Some of these components are pretty basic. Like this is just a single CPP file and a single header file. It's basically just a single class with a bunch of options in it. So like I've open sourced the JSON parser generator. I open source all of the web stuff. So the web server, the web client. I wrote my own implementations of all these hash functions based off of what I read on Wikipedia. That was fun. Let's see what else. I made some wrappers for OpenSSL or LibreSSL to do stuff like signing and verifying for, cryptographically signing and verifying things. Like I have a Twitch library that I wrote. Where is that? Twitch library. So it's like the equivalent of the TMI library where you can connect to chat rooms and parse messages and that kind of stuff. So that's built into the game as well. Where do I show that? In this window? Yeah. So all my chat commands are actually being intercepted by my game. So if you saw Omnia Regna was responding in chat, that's actually my game running in the cloud. And so the code that makes that possible is all open source in the Twitch library. So stuff like that. I figure that if I needed to make a component and I made the component generic enough, it could be useful for other people, so I open source it. Whereas the game right now, as long as I hope to make money off of it, I'm not going to open source it. Sorry. In the future, like if it doesn't pan out, like I have to go get a job somewhere else and the game goes completely free, yeah, I'll probably open source the entire thing. We'll see. So, yeah, I'm sorry to say, though, that I only stream for about 4 hours, and then I usually need a break to go eat something, and yeah, it's about that time for me to say goodbye. But if there are any last questions, let me know. I was going to test one more thing, right? Oh, I was testing to make sure the armory system is right, so it's not spawning swords here anymore, so I can go, and I can actually show you this. I didn't show you this before, but I can edit the game live, so I can do this to destroy areas of the game. And I could do that in the real game too. So if you are logged in now, let's see if anyone is. No one's logged in now, but if you were logged in and you were watching in-game, you could see me create land over here. Whoa, look at that. I'm creating a new area of the game. Your character could actually be walking around in this new land that I created, and then as I destroy the land, you would get stranded out in the water there, and I might have to rescue you. Have I tried messing? It's been recommended, and it's sort of on my list of things to add support for in the future, but haven't had time. So for now, it's just CMake. Oh, there's a new player. So when you first create an account in the game, just in case the name you pick is a bad word, you start at masked. And I can see, okay, your name is okay, so I can unmask you. Now you show up with a nameplate. By the way, you can change what you look like here. You can pick any of these tiles that you want to show up as. So this little Axeman is just a default tile. You can change it in that profile panel. And another thing that is these tickets get created that I could use to communicate with you. If you picked a name I don't want you to use, I could say, hey, could you please change your name? But that name's okay, so we'll just close and lock that ticket. Someone else created a name, Dark Paradise. Okay. Close and lock that, and then find their account and say unmask. Hope they come back soon. So yeah, it looks like Karok is going to go check out the source. Just keep in mind, this is going away soon. You'll have to talk to an NPC in the game to pick up the source. Yeah, so if you go over here and you either hit the G key or there should be a button, pick up item, you'll pick up the sword. And they show up in your inventory here. If you right click, they get dropped into the world. And if you let an NPC step on it, it gets destroyed, so don't let that happen. Pick those swords back up. Yep, so we're building this game bit by bit every day. And here's a new player. Welcome, Jaws. Close, unlock. Cool. So yeah, there's not a whole lot of content yet, but every day we're trying to add a little bit more. And I'd say in like 3 or 4 months, there'll be a little bit of game content to play. So in addition to archiving all my VODs, I also have a recap series on YouTube. If, like, let's say you didn't watch my stream for a month or 2, and you come back and you want to see what's changed, you can just check out those videos. And that might be something, if you're really just interested in playing the game I'm making, I would suggest, check it out in like 3 or 4 months. That's probably going to be something to play. That's my goal. But yeah, it's just me, so progress is going to be a bit slow. Anyway, I think that'll be it for me today. My normal schedule, I'll be back on Monday, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1700 hours UTC. I hope you'll join me then. And I need to go see who we're going to go raid now. I appreciate all the follows and all the raids. Thank you very much. Thank you for your support. And especially all the people who sub. That more directly supports me, which I love. And if you have any feedback, please check out my Discord. There is a special channel there for suggestions. I really, really value all of your input, even if it's not so constructive. I try to incorporate all feedback. Yeah, thanks, Toulouse. I will see you again soon. Who should I raid? Who is streaming? I haven't raided O'Bother in a while. I don't know if he's going to be going much further, though. He's already almost at 5 hours. O'Bother's kind of a fun streamer, so I think as long as he's not on his way out, we can go raid him. He's a different streamer from me. He is a maker. He's actually building real things with schematics and tools. And it's all cool. If you sub to his channel, you get your name burned with a laser into a wooden panel. Yep, he's still going strong, so we're going to raid him. Let me hit the button and wish you all a very great weekend. Hitting the button. We're going to go raid O'Bother. So, as I just said, hope you guys have an awesome weekend, and I hope to see you on Monday. Bye.